Morning. Well, afternoon. This YouTube gonna start. There we go. Hey, get to catch one live. Please keep internet working. Please, internet, keep working. Yes, the tech games are getting good. Anybody else having issues with their phones? More issues? I'm having more issues than as of late. I'm noticing other people are now too. Don't sound so crazy. Nikki. So nobody. Well, I'm still waiting to hear back from a couple of things in the back channels, but nobody wants to touch that July 10th SIT report. Yeah. I don't know. Just luck of the draw, eh? Everything's divine, though. Rodier pops out the list of things that are newly dropped. So those of you who don't know, that there was a bunch of things dumped last week, and then of course one of them was the SID rep report. Just happened to pull it up. I don't know. Go figure. July 10th one is going to be a barn burner if somebody goes after it. It's 2 police departments. It's a municipal police department and RCMP, and it's senior levels. Very serious. Very serious indeed. JJ, horrible since hurricane. I'm glad to hear so far I haven't heard anything terribly bad, at least health-wise, with anybody. So thank God for that. I definitely was saying prayers. I'm glad you guys just get battered around down there. I'm feeling bad. Anyway, just a prairie boy. We don't get all that gunk down here. Sarah G, Christine W, JJ. All right. I got lots of things on the go, but I better get rid of this one soon, because I have a tendency to move on into other things. Many, no power. 14 of you in here. Sad mafioso. Hello. Linda MacD in here. Okay. Molly Denver. Nova is having a sleep, I think. You know, it's the weirdest thing. I was, does anybody talk to their dog, cat? I don't know if people do that. Cat people, I'm not sure. Talk to them like kind of in just a unique way. Does anybody do that? Thank you. This was a gift. Many thanks to that person for giving it to me. Ken, good morning. Does anybody talk to their pet in an odd way? Anyway, I do. Call me crazy. So I say, instead of saying going for a walk, do you want to go for a walk or whatever? I ask Nova what her favorite actor is. Oh, okay, good. Well, okay. The ladies talk to their pets. Okay, maybe I'm just a crazy guy then. Hello, countryside. So instead of saying do you want to go for a walk? I say, who's your favorite actor? Immediately, she perks up, right? Because she knows now. And so then I'm like, Is it Christopher Walkens? And so I was watching something, I don't know, Walkens, right? Walk. So I was watching, I was listening to a song the other day, and then it flipped over to another video. And wouldn't you know, the guy in the video said something about Walkens. The lady on the phone hung up on him. It was a music video and started off at the beginning, and the lady hung up on her boyfriend, and he's standing out in the desert. And he's like, oh, Christopher Walkens. He asked for a ride, and I was like, ooh, okay. Small world. Anyway. Nancy does. And how's Nancy? How's Nancy doing? The Christopher Walkens. I don't think she can hear me. She's sleeping or something. Okay. Now, I'm going to preface this because it's 49 pages. Okay. How can we do this here? Oh, that's not going to do it. I have to do it this way, right? Like that. Okay. She's okay. That doesn't sound so good. Okay. I do hope that everything's okay. Okay does not sound great by any stretch. Send her my love, please. Now, oh, I misspelled the title, didn't I? I did. Please give me a moment. I have to edit that because I'll forget. Is it a T? Is it one T? Is it two T's? I don't know. I think it's one T. I think I put two. Now, there'll be some good stuff, but you got to wait for it. Okay? I don't want to spoil the surprise because there's some other good stuff that comes along the way, but there's some very good stuff in this one. Of course, they're holding on to the best for last. So if you think about it in terms of numbers, there are over 75,000 documents that we're aware of that are sitting in relativity, I believe. The public is now aware of 5,000 approximately of those. So you can do the math, but yeah, that's 6-7% of the documents that we've got. They're holding on to the best for last. So I would encourage people to read and share what they come across. Gabriel? Yeah. Steve. Okay, but like I said, please do wait around. It's in there, but I always believe in finding. Hopefully I won't be too late. I don't know where my glasses are. One moment, please. Lots of other stuff hinges on this interview, interestingly enough. But, and I haven't read it in its entirety yet. I kind of skipped to some important parts because if there are 5 players down in Cobequid that day, right? Cobequid seems to be a no-fly zone. right? Knew about it since 2:50, talking still about it at 5 o'clock in the morning. Nothing's going on. Nobody wants to go down. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Ert's going down there, driving by. Hell of a lawsuit coming, I think. Wow. Anyway. Peter, what's going on, NS44? Okay, and I will try and stick the surprise part, whatever the time goop, into the description, so that way people can just fast forward to the really big thing that's going to come out of this one. Okay, so this is June 13th. Okay, June 13th. We've got Scott Spicer. The time here I have is 9:21. Today we're doing an interview with Corporal. I don't know why they insist on busting people's ranks. This is not a mistype that I put up there, unlike his name. But I believe I may have mistyped that. Anyway, but he's a corporal. He is not a constable. This is like rough notes, piss off. Lily gets busted down. Everybody gets busted down. Doing an interview with Corporal Jarret McDonald, and we are currently situated in the Truro Mass Casualty Commission office. Virtually, we have Elizabeth Montgomery, and we're going to go around the room and introduce ourselves. And I'm going to start off with me. I'm Scott Spicer. I'm an investigator with Mass Casualty Commission. Last name Spicer. Okay. Who's it? Fowler? Who got the big promo? Anyway, Heidi Colcutt. Okay, just remember the name, Heidi Colcutt. Counsel on behalf of the Attorney General of Canada, and I consent to this recording. Jarret Foster McDonald with Colchester RCMP. And do you consent to this being recorded? I do consent to this being recorded. Elizabeth Montgomery, Liz Montgomery, Mass Casualty Commission, consent to being recorded. Thank you. Where are all the recordings, by the way? Of everything. So, yes, that's right. Absent. And it says right at the top, MP3. So, let's see them. And so, before we start recording, we had a little conversation off the record. Of course. Anybody else notice that? They do that all the time. So an estimate, so far, I'll tell you, it's easily over 100 million. But I did see in print the other day, 47.5 million now, I think somebody's got out there. Yeah, you can take it to the bank, it's over 100 million. For a dead man. Mm-hmm. And we went over a couple things, included, of course, the fact that we're recording this. But you also observed the consent form, and it is an informed consent form. So I recognize that you signed it. You are aware that you signed it, of course. I am. Okay. And through the discussion, we discussed that this is a public-facing. Here's the garbage language already starting. Public-facing, where is it not facing? Fool. Inquiry. And we are doing an investigation, and the information that you provide us today may be available. May be available. Not for sure. Just may be available. And accessible not only on our website, as counsel has mentioned, but also accessible in the future on record. Oh, it will be permanently. And there's lots of people who are going to plaster it everywhere, even if you delete it. Yes. Okay, Heidi, do you have anything to add to that? Nothing from me. Okay, all right, Jarret. Maybe we can, may I call you Jarret? Yeah, no, go ahead. Thank you. Maybe we can just start off a little bit with your history and background, your professional perspective, just to give us, an idea, where you came from, how it all started with the RCMP, where you are today, and, looking at the rank and that type of thing as well. Look at all kinds of things except for the important stuff. Right? Yeah. So 1999, went to Atlantic Police Academy, PEI. Then sorry, what was that? On PEI, Atlantic Police Academy. Okay. So that'd be 99. Then I moved to Ottawa, continued school for a couple of years, and the school that you were doing at the time was related to a graduate degree in public administration at Carleton. 6.5 dozen. Carleton, okay. And then part of that is I worked as a student for the Solicitor General of Canada, and I had the opportunity to work with some RCMP managers or officers, white t-shirts, and so up until 2000, so that would be between 2001, 2003, and then I joined the RCMP in 2003, so regular member December 2003, actually. Okay. Then I graduated December 2003, depot, posted Northern Saskatchewan Indigenous Reserve, Reindeer Lake. So I was there until December 2015. Then December 2015, transferred to a place called Dustine, Northwest Territories. Wow. I'd be there for 10 months, transferred to Yellowknife, and Yellowknife on patrol, watched from this, it would have been October 2016. I want to say January until January 2018, and then I worked in the financial crime unit. So people connected to that financial crime unit. And then, so 28, that's 2018. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So it doesn't have to be exact. Close is good. Yeah, I'm off. When I say 2015, I mean 2005. I'm confused here. Of 2005. Yeah, so 2005. Okay. And then Yellowknife 2016. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I mean 2006. All right. And then 2008, financial crime, stayed in that position till October 2012. Sorry. Okay. 2012, late 2012, transferred to Colchester County, stayed in traffic services. Late 2015, transferred to H Division, criminal operations, and then May 2019, transferred to GIS in Colchester. Who's in GIS? People that seem to drive around and be at every scene. And what is GIS? General Investigative Section. Oh, thank you. So in there, GIS, I'm the supervisor there. So 2 GIS fellows, 1 SCEU member, Street Crime Enforcement Unit member. Street Crime Enforcement Unit member by the last name Workman, out of different county. 2 school liaisons and 1 court officer. Court officer. Okay, maybe could that be Angela? I don't know. And so the 2 you were managing. Yeah, supervise them. Okay. I like to call things teams. Okay, and that's where I am today. Okay, still awesome. $100 million allotted somewhere. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to read comments a little bit. All right, I guess just looking at first off that's pretty amazing. The places that you've been, you've gotten to see a part of the country that most people don't get to see. Yeah, that would have been pretty cool. With regards to the events that occurred, maybe we can go right, we can just go right into that. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit about how your day went. So on April 18th, oh, good, right? I get to it, okay. April 18th, it was, I first found out about it through a friend who called me. What's going on out there? He said on Facebook, I think there's fires, whatnot, burning out in Portapique. I'm so in the kind of a group kind of conversations between GIS guys. Okay, note where he's finding it out from, right? GIS guys and myself, kind of what's going on out there. He oversees Brown and Malance, right? What's going on out there? Anybody hear anything type of thing? We were all, it was, I don't know, late evening whenever we first heard about it. I had my boys at home with me that night. So I said, so I phoned Andy O'Brien or Al Carroll. And it was Andy O'Brien I called, and he said, I can't recall what he said was going on in Portapique. Do you need us? And he said, not right now. So I had the boys getting late. If I didn't get a move on, if I didn't move then, I wasn't moving because they were in bed. I wasn't getting them up in the middle of the night, trying to shuffle them off on to somebody else. So I said, yeah, Terry and Dave are available if you need them. Terry Brown and Dave Lanson. So that was it for the night. Okay, so when you say Terry Brown and Dave Melanson were available, how'd that happen? Just on the phone. So you called them? No. But we were in a group kind of chat. Okay, texting. Fuck, man. On your personal phones? That's right. Celebrate? Anybody? Anybody want some Celebrate on these phones? I would love to see them. Just like any other night, you're friends and you have a group chat and you sometimes communicate for work purposes. Yeah. Remember those group chats down in Ottawa? That didn't work out so well. And so you're comfortable knowing that they were truly available and gave you that information and gave you that information to, and you gave that information, to Staff Sergeant O'Brien. Yeah. Okay. And then there was somewheres after that between Dave and them going out, communicate. I don't know if it was text or telephone between Al and I knew I wasn't going. Well, is that because of the boys? I don't know. And that's just a question. And I kind of thought that Al was, because as you know, on the front end, there's a lot of work, and on the back end, there's a lot of work, that I would be going in the morning. When you say Al, hey, Linda. Afternoon, morning, afternoon. Afternoon, probably. Al Carroll. But I also appreciate that, fielding 100 calls from members, seeing if they can come in. You've got to manage resources, like I said, on the front end, on the back end, side end. So the morning, sorry, can I just pause you there? Yeah. So you were trying to manage this from home, even though you didn't come into work, and you were trying to take calls? No, I wasn't managing it. If there was deceased people, it's MCU. Of course it is. That's Major Crimes Unit. That's their specialty, dead people. But it's a key line to remember. What is their role? Dead people. If it's a serious crime, then I would be, but it grew and got pretty big quick with deceased people. Okay. I guess the question I was kind of going at was that you were saying that lots of members were calling in to see that they could come to work. And so you were fielding some of those calls? No. Sorry, I wasn't. No. That's okay. Just trying to clarify it as well for myself. Yeah. No, so yeah, I was good. I went to sleep that night, woke up in the morning. Geez, this thing isn't over yet. So I didn't make any calls. I just went in. Just got on my uniform and went in. Okay, to the office. And that was about 9:30. I met Sergeant Mark Rose, Constable Rick Schneer, just kind of at the side door there. Just a coincidence. We all kind of showed up at the same time. Those two guys went in on their own accord. See how many people are self-dispatching? This is a problem. Obviously, the quick thing that comes to mind is you're like, oh yeah, that's great. Just come in. Everybody should come in. But that's very disorganized. Cars, portable radios, personal radios, right? Those are things that should be allocated to people who are on duty, not tired, whatever, right? And obviously there's a management system that works there. So people just willy-nilly going in. This is why there are code of conducts for these types of things. Anybody getting brought up on that? Oh, that's right. No. How many examples of this do we have? They were kind of woke up that morning and said, oh shit, somebody somewheres probably needs help, assistance. So the three of us got geared up and went out. I'm just taking it that he's saying they're self-dispatching. Yeah. Together, no, separate patrol cars. All right. And then I had I don't sign in regularly to patrol cars. And so the whole MWS mobile workstation, I had a little difficulty signing in with just passwords. And then at the same time, the air was busy, so I got moving. I made my way out towards DeBert, and I think somewheres between Bible Hill and DeBert, I stole some airtime and got logged on. All right, I'm going to stop there for a moment. Now, if you go through the Colchester logs and you look for Jarret, I can't come across anything that he's signing on. Because they ask him here. Sorry, I skipped ahead a little, or stopped a little early there, premature. And did you do that manually, or did you have OCC do that? OCC. Okay, so he called over the air. I don't see any appearance of that, first of all, on the air. And so that's interesting to note. The other thing that is really interesting to note is, and I need to pause here for a moment. If we go to the Colchester logs, one moment. Where did I put that? One somewhere here. The afternoon log. Oh, here we go. Okay, so if we look at the Colchester logs for that day, and we put in, they seem to bust his rank in here too. What is his car number again? One moment. Oh, bollocks. 05B02. Okay. This is his car. All right, so if I go over to the Colchester logs and I put in 05B02, we go right up to the beginning, right? Uh-oh. Am I going to run out of memory here? Uh-oh. Okay, so the first time that he's on the radio is approximately, sorry, I wish my thing was working here. And so it's after 9, slightly after 9. Now, why is that a problem? He's on the radio, logged in on his car, didn't have to log. There seems to be no record of his login in the OCC. But with his personal radio. But the problem is that if you go to his GPS records, which are right here, okay, 05B02, the first time that he logs on, that there's a record of him is at 2:50 in the afternoon. So that means that chunk of GPS is missing because it was logged in. His car was logged in officially. OCC knew exactly where he is. There should be a GPS record of that, but there isn't. Why not? I would say proof's in the pudding. Anyway. Hello, Tara. Everybody's taken off. Well, do have a good day, all. Sad, Tara. So there's a chunk of GPS missing there. Okay. So they have an ability to do that on your behalf. Yeah. It's just the passwords, driving passwords, wanting to get on moving. So I didn't know the passwords or couldn't recall them. Yeah. And then I went up to Debert, exit 13. There's also card, but whatever. We'll move past that. And on the 104 there, and there was a lot of people, plainclothes members kind of at that exit. And sorry, so just to back up 1 minute or 2 minutes, there was a time on the radio I said, what do we have here? Are we looking for a police car? What are we looking for? What's he driving? And there was no, if I recall, no real solid confirmation on the police car at the time. And I wish my computer was not having a meltdown. He does ask that. The funny thing is that nobody really responds to him. A few minutes later, or a couple minutes later, somebody talking about, is he still in a PC? And that's kind of, but do you see, there's not a communication of information going on here to a corporal whose team is already out. Okay. And I got a feeling that he wasn't wanted, but that's just me. And what time was that at? Would have been a 9:45 on the 19th. Yeah, the morning of the 19th. So you put that over Colchester radio. Yeah. Went up to, and I went out to the Debert exit. Like I said, there was a few uniformed members. Went down to Plainsview Road. Oh, Jiang. I liked your post there very much. Fast and Freezies. What is it now? Thank you for sending that to me too, Nikki. Appreciate it. And then there was a whole, I'm pretty familiar with the area, with the Burt, Glenholm, Londonderry areas. I still couldn't really make a sense of where I should be. Or where I should be going. Oh, no. All right, sorry. I can't do this. Sorry, give me a moment. It's too much stuff. I'll get rid of that for sure. Doesn't need to be there. Reopen. Give me a moment. Yes. Funny how nobody wants to touch certain things, isn't it? I find this very alarming. Very purposeful. One moment, please. You're surprised? I don't know. Seems very purposeful. A lot of people want to avoid certain things. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying it's a conscious decision. It's not like people aren't aware. I remember asking my mom about this early on. She's retired. But I said, would it be crazy to think that nobody would want to, like a lawyer would want to avoid this stuff? No, she said. Many lawyers would. Now, I'm not saying that Uncle is that way. All right, now, why do I have Bernard open? Okay, fine. All right. Hey. Up. Why is my computer doing this? Why does it want to do this stuff to me? Anybody else reading other things? Just looking at what's down now. It's not responding. I didn't close anything. Why are you asking me to save stuff? window ahead. Okay, I'm going to have to skip forward. Brr. Please move screens. My oh my. Sluggish, ruggish bone. Okay. So still couldn't make any sense of where I should be or where I should be going. At the same time, trying to think ahead, like, okay, if he comes down this road, like I said, I'm familiar with the area. He may take Crow's Mills Road into Masstown. He might take Masstown Road. I just wasn't sure. Okay, if he spotted here, he might be going there, trying to play cat and mouse game, figure out his next step. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't sound like a lot of direction. So with that, I mean, is it because you just came on and you're coming into the role and you're trying to figure it out? Have you been given any input from anywhere else? No. Like, you've asked questions and you didn't get a full report back, I suppose. So that was a bit challenging for you, it seems. But had you been there, say, earlier, or you were involved longer, you would typically know more, I guess. Go into the known instead of the unknown. You see what Spicer's doing? He's just trying to whitewash. Yeah, probably. So in this case, it seems to me that you're just trying to play catch up. Late to the game, yeah. I don't know if you're late to the game. In my opinion, you were doing the backup. You're coming in the next day. You sent the other people the day before. Okay, so you're trying to get information to help you make decisions. So nobody gave you direct information on where you should be at any given time. No. Okay. All right. So you're trying to figure out where to go. Does this sound like somebody's managing here? No. They just got people floating around. Right in. So, and you're doing your the best you can with the information that you have, which is non-existent, and the area. So, what happens next? So through to Bird, Onslow, Lower Onslow, and then up on the around 102, 104 interchange. So exit. I guess it would be exit 15. So on the 104, just west of exit 15, we set up a roadblock there, and myself, Rodney McDonald, Rod MacD. How's Junior? Mark Rose, self-deployed. Okay, and who came up with that idea? I don't know. I was just on the 104. I went eastbound past them as they were doing a search. And there was a lot of vehicles kind of, they were doing quick checks, right? So even at that point, I'm not sure if we knew. I think we were looking for the quote, the fella, end quote. The fella. You're looking for the fella. Nobody's giving you direction. Nobody's telling you what to do. You don't know nobody's answering your question about the car, and you don't even know the guy's name. Hello, Donna. But with a police car, I can assume, because I pulled up, I went past the roadblock, came to join them. When I was pulling up, like, I was on the air saying, fellas, it's me, because you could see the look in their eye as I pulled up with my marked car, just to be sure that it was Jarret McDonald that was driving that. So anyways, we were doing a roadblock. And then there must have been additional information, and we headed southbound on the 102 and went to Stewiacke. So the number 2 on Main Street is in Stewiacke, and did a roadblock there. And where did that information come from? I'm not sure. Okay. But then while we were doing roadblock on Main Street, number 2 highway in Stewiacke, we did learn that he was south of there. So we stayed there, redirecting traffic, not letting them go southbound on the number 2, because then that would have been into what was going on. And we stayed there in case he came back northbound, because there was, by the sounds on the air, we didn't know where he was. So if he was coming back north on the number 2 highway, then he would have run into us. So you were using roadblocks as a containment point, basically? Yeah. Not yeah. To redirect traffic east and west on Main Street, not letting traffic go south on the number 2. Okay. And were there other points that were set up that you were aware of? I don't recall. Okay. All right. So you set up there, and then what happened after that? And then it ended. It was broadcast that you could hear the chatter on the air. You knew something. But again, familiar with the areas, Enfield, Brookfield, Stewiacke, Shubenacadie, but not real sure from the communication on the air, what was happening where. So, what, there was, we weren't sure, Silver Tracker? I think at one is the vehicle we heard at one time. We just, we weren't sure what was going on. All we knew is that he wasn't coming north on the number 2, and he wasn't coming into us. Okay, so are you getting the feeling that he doesn't really know very much about anything? I am. Nobody seems to be telling him shit. Odd. Also, there seems to be a noticeable absence of Heidi and Chad. Anyway, moving along. Okay, so when you broke down from Maine and number 2 and Stewiacke, yeah, and you said, we knew from the chatter on the radio, it was done. So what does that mean? So that he was taken down? There are question marks here. I'm reading it as it reads. That he was taken down? Oh, okay, yeah. So when he was taken down, and he was taken down where? Knowing what I know now, it was the big stop. At the time, I don't know if I know he was. So you didn't definitively know at that moment where it was, but you just knew that the perpetrator had been taken down. I shouldn't say, or there was something going on, because I did do a gas and dash at the Stewiacke Petrocam. I filled up and took off back a little further south. So strike that from the record. No, they're all good. I fixed it up. Okay, good. All right. So it was after we broke down, there was still what's going on here type of thing. Red in. Sorry. So at what point did you know for sure that the perpetrator was being taken down at Enfield, or more or less, without specific details? Don't go there. Shh. More or less that it was finished. I got down to Lance. So just before Enfield, Elmsdale. I got as far as Elmsdale, and I turned around and came back north. So, okay. And so why would you turn around and come north? There must have been some indication that I wasn't needed, or it was concluded. Ended, finished, concluded. So I went back north to Colchester and worked general duties. Oh my. So there's work to be done. That's right, yeah. So if you have lots of people where the perpetrator, very important, they aren't using the name. Nobody likes to use the name. The perpetrator there's no need to have all your resources in one place. Right. Okay. All right. Maybe I can bring you back a little bit. So into the Portapique community. So you had some involvement, as I understand, in Portapique as well. And as I understand from your notes, you were the scene commander at the Portapique scene and surrounding areas. So first off, maybe you can tell me what a scene commander does. What typically does a scene commander do? Well, scene commander, the number of resources in there. So it was up on the number 2 highway, and Portapique Beach Road there. So once you went past there, you'd find that there were a number of scenes that were being held. So I stayed for the most part on that road, and nobody was getting in. Well, some people did. Some journalists did. Dorrington had to kick somebody out. There's photos. Anyways, where are those, by the way? You know, there was concerned people, but I explained to them that there's scenes being held. Okay. And the scene commanders, there's, what time was that? 3:30, after 3:30, after 3, 20 after 3 a.m. p.m. Oh my. Really, Scott? On the 19th? Correct. Okay. So the problem, so there was people. So whenever I took over, I was given scene commander, sorry, a lot of logistics, a lot of, you got resources down there at the site. At the sites. Well, all sites except this one. Or moving along. Cobequid, that poor Cobequid. You got gas. You got a police car running out of gas. You got people showing up looking for medications out of their houses. You got people down at the, you're delivering cigarettes to people that haven't left their house. You're looking for, people asking you to feed chickens, to feed cats, that kind of thing. So you're trying to fulfill as many requests from the people. Me, I'm thinking that there's going to be a hell of a lot of wellness checks going out, because there were a lot of wellness checks going out, right? That board, that pesky board at 250 that you're still discussing at 5, what is it that Jarret says, 5 something in the morning? Still, I don't know, nothing going on here. The perpetrator, you sent everybody home at 6:30, right? Or sent a lot of people, sorry, I shouldn't say that, a lot of people home because you thought everything was done. But what about that pesky board? You could send an ERT team down past Cobequid at 7:30 in the morning with 4 members. You drove past this road. The one with all the wellness checks going on. But you're running cigarettes. The wellness checks? Were they going out? Okay. Snacks and cigarettes. Feeding chickens. So you're looking. People are asking you to feed chickens, cats, that kind of thing. Cobequid? Yeah, so there were 2 guys stationed at the head at that point. So I was at which point, sorry, Portapique Beach Road and number 2. In my reading, I'm still trying to piece some of this together. Sounds like Drunky O'Brien may be down there. Okay. So, yeah, I was just trying to make it work, fulfill the requests of whether it's members of the public, wellness checks, Bonds, Olivers, Tara. You know, people going to work, shift work, that's needed to be escorted. You know, escorted people from their houses up to the number 2 highway. That kind of thing. It's a crime scene, by the way. Don't be playing basketball. So I understand correctly. Your role is to manage 2 people that were at the top of the road with you. Drunky O'Brien, I believe, was scene commander prior to this. At the top of the road with you, and also people that were in the community. Who else was there? What's that? I can't read my own writing. More slow or something. Anyway, in Portapique Beach community, while that's right. So 2 guys were secured that point while I fulfilled the requests. Cats, medications, chickens, cigarettes. Right. Okay. So you came up with a strategy of, you know, what can happen, what can't happen in that moment. Like, somebody needs to get to their house for medication. You decided at that point. That's right. Whether you could do it or not. And if you couldn't, I'd try to get it. Okay, all right. That's one thing you don't think about is fuel running out. Fuel running out. This is bad, people. Cobequid, very bad. Disaster zone. Hello, Charlene. Seems that Leon may have gone back for a visit. I don't know. Or to pick something up. I have not heard anything of that. I've read it somewhere else. And it's hearsay coming from somebody else, but it's in their statement. So that person's very interesting as well, but we won't touch that now. I try to get to it. Okay. So fuel running out. Chickens, fuel running out. Cats, medications. Oh yeah, cigarettes. That's interesting too, right? Like, you know, such a long event, and you know it's reasonable. Yeah. If you're going to run out of fuel, how do you get somebody to the gas station in that case? So now you mentioned logistics. I'm sure there's a few vehicles down there, and you can probably turn it off. Now you mentioned logistics. So that's interesting as well, because there's a lot of logistics that are required. So as scene commander, when you mentioned that you're escorting people in and out. People in. Okay. Pretty major crime scene. Definitely. Oh, what is going on? I'm not going to be able to get rid of this thing. There we go. Okay. There we go. Why do you need to escort people in and out? They have to drive through scenes, as in bodies, past bodies. You know, burned out houses. A lot of these people, or I shouldn't say a lot, but some of these people have been down there for going on 15, 16 hours and still have no idea what's going on. Or some people do, and they're just allowed to stay and play basketball. The people in the community, that's right. Okay, and so I understand it, as I understand it, you're suggesting the main purpose was preservation of evidence. Yeah, hold the scenes. Okay, was there any other reason that you would need to escort them? No. Okay, driving through, you see, preservation of evidence. I don't think driving up and down the road or being allowed to stay in the middle of a crime scene to which certain people were able to, like they're able to not give interviews. They don't want to. Excuse me? How would that be? Oh, Chris? Okay. So there is no fear at any time that the perpetrator or other threats were in the community. No. Okay, so no threats. Again, we're going on now. If you want to go by their story, by the way, the timeline is shifting. Look at that Porta-Pick stuff. Foundational document. Addendums. Really? Still changing. Still being written. Still fucking them up. Okay, so no threats, but can't go to Porta-Pick. Or sorry, go to Cobequid. Okay, so what communication then did you have with the major crime unit or the investigative triangle throughout this time? I think this is a very important question. What communication did you have with MCU and command? None. None. None? None. Okay. Jarret's not being told. Scott Spicer. So how did you come upon getting delegated or designated to be the scene commander at the top of the tap of the road there? A phone call from Andy O'Brien. So Andy, he reaches out to you, says, what does he say? Can you come out here? Okay, so then I think probably my research is right. I think Andy O'Brien was the scene commander down Porta-Pick prior to Jarret. He was at the time in charge of the. Okay, sorry, I haven't read this part, so this is good. Okay, good research, not wrong. He asked me to come in and relieve him. Okay, so when you got there, he was physically there, and you relieved him, and he went about other duties. Correct. Did he ever go home? I'm wondering, did he ever go home? For that much needed rest, because people were like, get out of here. He's still issuing orders afterwards. Yeah. Correct. All right. And do you know what those duties were? No. No, don't know what he's doing. Okay. And so for your duties now, how do you know what your duties are now? I was told that there was people at the 5 or 6 scenes and given their names and holding those scenes. Of course, they don't ever want to tell you names. Cobequid? I'm going to keep railing on about this because it's a major fucking problem. And you'll see it gets worse. Okay. There was no. So did Sergeant O'Brien? Let's go cut him off. So did Sergeant O'Brien give you a briefing per se? Yeah. You know all the things that were going on. Did he give you any information? Did he physically give you any documentation? Ooh, that's interesting. Sorry, I am parts of this I haven't read yet. So, why are they asking that? No, but he must have cited, because I had the names of the people that were at each location. Well, save Cobequid, you know. So the name, the location, and the name of the officer that had the scene secured. When you say scene secured, what scene are we referring to there? Let's just call it Portapick. One scene. Unsecure. Journalists running around scenes that appear to have been, I'm not saying the journalists, scenes that appear to have been tampered with. 46, 41, starting to look that way too, by the way. And we have 45. Anyway, moving along. Nova Scotia Grown. Jeannie, hello. What's that about Bjorn? I don't know. So like the whole area? So at the time, the Portapick Beach Road and number 2, if you're controlling people that are coming in and out of there, because at the time, unbeknownst to me, I thought there was a few houses down there. Later, and we'll get to it, I discovered there's a lot more houses down there than I ever knew about. Than I ever knew about. I should play that Surratt West Bryson question. You knew about it 2:50 in the morning? Yeah, they did. So he told me that there's 2 members at the head of Portapick Beach Road doing chickens and cigarettes, and the number 2, and then there were 5 other addresses down at Portapick, within the Portapick, down that road, that were being held by members. And whenever you drove down, and each house had a fatality or someone there, I understood quite clear what the scene was by the dead body lying on the yard. Okay, so I guess recovery has already gone on. Sure. Or on the road. So there was no, I think maybe my experience would lend me to know what each scene management is, or what the scene management is. Like, we don't want civilians walking, driving through the scene, you know. Bryson asked, I believe it was the last day, or put that out in, his last presentation, about the journalist, the photo of that went down Blueberry Field Road and got in there. Dorrington is also referring to, there's a discussion in the Colchester afternoon logs between somebody getting in there. I'm aware of some journalists apparently that got in there. 40 photos, 40, including warehouse. Where are they? Has mass casualty subpoenaed these people and the photos? Crickets. Mr. Bryson certainly knows about at least the Blueberry Field Road. People were getting in. That's not real preservation of evidence. And you still have Cobequid. Right. So you had a member of the RCMP at each location that you have in your notes. Correct. Okay. And no other locations were members other than at the scenes themselves. Correct. Well, you have people roaming. Dorrington's driving around doing God knows what. Okay, all right. So you were referencing that Sergeant O'Brien told you about the people that were at the top of the road. So was Sergeant O'Brien actually physically at the top of the road with those two members as well? Yes. Oh, okay. I was just looking to clarify. Okay, yeah. Because I was getting a bit confused. So, yeah. All right. Okay. So have you driven down to see the scenes at all? Like, once you arrive on scene and now you've taken over from Sergeant O'Brien, but do you go down and patrol to catch up with audible people? Eventually, yeah. It's your scene. Shouldn't you know your scene? Maybe you can speak to that a little bit and how that worked. I remember, I remember going down Portapique Beach Road and missing the turn to Old Orchard. Old Orchard. That's very, okay. It's Old Orchard Beach Road on the left. So I had to backtrack and kind of go through the woods, just checking on the guys that were there. We're at the scenes. I wonder if he found the tree. Maybe a blue puffy coat. I'm just being a jackass. Yeah. And it kind of hit home that, there was people out on the front lawns and, it was and whatnot. It was just, yeah, it was, the scenes were tough to navigate through. Like, you don't want to be driving down there any more than you have to be. So, and the reason for that would be contamination. Right. Journalists, secure scene, people playing basketball, allowed to stay. Moving along. Contamination of evidence in that area. Yeah. Okay. All right. And so how do you know where these addresses are? Andy told me. Okay. Yeah, right. So you have the addresses, but how do you know where to find these addresses? Did you use any tools? I'm pretty sure I had my phone out or something. Yeah. Celebrate, celebrate every phone. We'll find out where everybody is on the 18th and 19th. Personal and company phones. Both. Oh, but it's injure your leg. It doesn't work. Bullshit. Yeah, so you probably used what do you normally use? Google. Yeah. Google Maps. Google Maps. Oh, okay. All right. So it wasn't the MWS that you got this from. I don't believe so. Okay. All right. So now you've gone and you've checked on your people to the best that you can. Is there anybody that you missed, to check up on because you were worried about seeing contamination? Or did you pretty much get around to everybody? I believe I got around to everybody. And did you get around to them more than once? Or was it pretty much the once just to see, get a picture of what it was, and then, you can go back into your role and oversee it? No, I must have been around because I do remember Nick Dorrington. Right? He's just driving around randomly, not doing that wellness check that he's had sitting around, was it 10:20? What time was that exactly? I wish I remember. He was over on Cobequid, but then he was over there, and then 40 minutes later, he gets a wellness check for there, but never goes. He just drives around. He's worried about the gas and kicking out somebody that wandered in. So he reminded me a couple of times to see if I can get him some gas. But it's because all is driving around. Okay. So, especially down. So after a while, I must have made 2 or 3 passes eventually because I was familiar enough with the area where I was going to type of thing. I wasn't lost down there. Just like so if you've been to scenes down there, like again, why are we having difficulty with the fact that this is here or this, which you've already, Bayview, which you actually were down with 4 ERT members at 7:30 in the morning in a truck, i.e. you drove. Oh yeah, here. Oh yeah, we'll help you out there. Oh, there was something here? What are you talking about? You mean somebody was saying that we should do something about this at 2:50 in the morning? You following? This is a fucking ripe mess. Real bad. But also, he can't seem to figure out that you can actually go further down the road, even though he's using Google Maps. It does appear, though, he's not being told anything. So I'll give him credit. Have to go catch up later. Okay, bye. Why did they use all that gas Gab had stashed? God. All right. So I wasn't lost down there. Right. Okay. All right. So maybe we can touch on that. Oh, so you didn't have any dealings with the command triangle or MCU. So you were basically scene commander, and that was your role. And you managed the scene, and okay, so I understand that there was a point which you ended up attending. There was a point. There was a point that you ended up attending a couple of residents that you hadn't been attended yet. Oh. Scott? Says Elizabeth Montgomery. Yes? Sorry. Yep. Do you think I can interrupt before we get to that? And just back up. Go ahead. I'm just going to take you back, if you don't mind, Jarret. Yeah, no problem. Just before, maybe they don't want to go there. I don't know. Just before, just so we're not going back and forth, there's a few questions I have before you actually get to Portapique. And you're actually talking about Portapique. A few things before we get into the addresses on Cobequid Court, which we'll get to. You said you went into the station and you met Mark Rose and Rick Schneier at the side, correct? We wait a long time just until it's about to get to Cobequid to get to that question, but okay. When you went up, what did you know, and were you given any direction at that point? The fella? No. It was just three fellas gearing up to go. Oh, you don't use that word because that's who you're looking for, is the fella. I don't recall knowing any more, any less. I just know we drove westbound on the 104 towards. Okay. Well, what were you aware of that was happening as you were getting out at 9:30? What did you know that was going on? Yeah. Good point that the perpetrator or the person was again active or moving, or maybe it was just that he hadn't been apprehended or whatnot. So it was still a live event. So the purpose of you just getting out there was to be involved and assist in trying to stop. Yeah, and putting it again, putting my uniform on, getting my carbine ready, getting all geared up. There must have been. I must have received some messaging or whatnot, because I knew I wasn't going in there to obtain witness statements and whatnot. Do you see? He doesn't know shit. Like, another. The fella? Is he driving a car? Who is this? What? I knew, I was going into a live event. Okay, great. Rather than an after event. What is this, a concert? Where you're taking witness statements or whatnot. Going to be a serious rewrite on the language. That makes sense. You talked about your MWS and not being able to log on. And you said that, I just want to clarify, that the OCC has the ability to override that system, so can log you in so you have access to your MWS. They log you in, but you still wouldn't have access to the MWS. Oh, okay. That's interesting. But they certainly have the live board going. YMCA. So they're showing, see? So you're showing up on their board. And, but you're not showing up. I don't know if I don't know if that would be a question for somebody else, but if the OCC logs you in, you know, inaudible, says Elizabeth Montgomery, they put you up in the system. What is it? 250, I think, is the first GPS point for Jarret. That's right. I don't know. Your car, I don't believe your car is tracked then until you fire up the MWS and put it in the 3 passwords, and whatnot get logged in that way. So perfect example. I don't know if I should say opinions. I'll just be quiet. It's fine. I think he realizes that's a bit of a swamp you've gotten into there. The car is logged in. They can see you. That means there is GPS. You follow? I would think. Where's the GPS? For everybody. Inaudible recommendations. It's not ideal. It's not ideal emergency situations. I understand. Perfect for a guy that's working a 12-hour shift, but you know. So you're saying that you were logged in with the OCC. Did you ever physically log into your MWS? Must have been. I know I did. I just can't tell you when. But you did at some point. That's right. Okay, just going through. So yeah, whether or not I can't recall. But I must have made a phone call to find out a password to get by the main security screen or something. Solarino, Rod McDonald, O'Brien, Colford. Oh, right, there's that trash. Who's monitoring him? The OCC, of course. Okay, so no problem. No problem. Just going through what you described. Going through Debert. So just move along. This is Dion Sutton and the vest. We'll just go somewhere else. How about that vest? You just told us you wouldn't trust management with a goldfish. How about that vest on the dog? Burl's got some classic ones in video. He just boom, steers it into something else. Going through Debert and then starting, you put up a roadblock up, your first one at 104. You went by them on the 104 and then you turned around and helped them out. How long roughly you were were there doing that? The first one. I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure. I know that's where we were. Whenever the occurrence at Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, we were there, and yeah. Ew. Gross. All right. The second location you went to is Stewiacke and number 2. And you said that you redirected traffic going east-west so they wouldn't go south. Were you just directing with your arms, or were you physically talking to people? I said, what? What? Were you using that high-vis vest? What? Yeah. Just wanted a clarification piece so there's no discussion with drivers. We came back to this. So we were there. We stayed there. But again, at one time, there was a confusing dispatch about a gunman at Sobeys Lower Churro. Is that the staging goop that was thrown out so that nobody would pay attention to Elmsdale? Plausible deniability. Oh, sorry, we actually gathered at the Elmsdale one because we couldn't figure out Churros or Sobeys. No. Then we went to the gas station, the pig stall, that was already visited by McLeod and Hughley. What was it? I think I had that opened. One moment. Where was that? One moment.
And ended.
Roger, we have reports of the suspect down.
BC News has learned more about how the manhunt ended.
Roger, we have reports of the suspect down at the Enfield Big Stop.
Police have said they shot and killed the suspect here at this gas station Sunday morning. What they aren't saying is that it was only by chance. Police had tweeted Gabriel Wortman was no longer driving a police cruiser, but now a silver SUV. In fact, he had stolen another car from one of his victims, Gina Goulet. It was low on gas, and then a remarkable coincidence.
Right, of course. Just remarkable. Oh, man. If you are buying this shit, you're out of your mind. So he get down there, and now he's back up here. And then, so that just added to the whole confusion of how this guy, we've been here the whole time. How did he get from down there to up there? So, and then that was rectified. That the suggestion that he was at Lower Churro there at the Sobeys. So, remarkable. Yeah, total horseshit. Hello, Blue Nose, Cindy. Remarkable coincidence. So, did you stay where you were? You never left even though you heard that information, you stayed where you were. It was just a brief time, but again, you notice how they just pull this out all the time. It's just nothing. It's confused. Goop. Okay, confusing. But again, confusing. He's lost. He doesn't know what's going on. No problem. No problem. So I just want to talk about when you were asked to take over the scene from Andy O'Brien. How did that go? You said you got a phone call and he asked you to come out. Kind of relieved him. Is this a typical thing that you would do at any scene? Like if we're leaving a member in a regular scene, but you're scene commander, is it a typical thing that scene commanders will change hands? Yeah. I think it's and even people were working on long hours. Just ask the three amigos. Self-dispatch. Straight out of Amherst. I got a call from Joby from Amherst PD. I could make a rap out of it. I know, even when I took over, there was people that were working on long time and whatever. Running out of gas, driving around, not doing their wellness checks. Not to jump ahead here, but whenever we finally got the notification that we would be all relieved, I think it was 10 o'clock that evening. We're finally like, woof. So me relieving Andy at the scene as scene commander, yeah, that was a resource issue, working long, probably had other things to do, probably trying to fill shifts, ops sergeant, because somebody had to be filling shifts for the next day in Colchester, right? It wasn't all those offers that were coming in also from other police departments, which you turned down because it had to be internal. That you didn't want certain people to know. Andy likes setting up relief shifts and shit like that after he's been told to go home. Don't you know? By West. Woof. Oh, still doing stuff. Yeah, 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So when you said you had your briefing, you said probably referred to a list, which you wrote down, of the people that were at the scenes. Did he give you any direction? Or did he talk to you about what had and hadn't been done, needed to be done at the scene? Oh. No. No, Cobequid. Don't worry about that. Move along. And you said that you had no conversation with the MCU during that. Did you at all during your ever shift ever deal with anyone from MCU? Yeah. But I think that if we bring up the two addresses, I think I will get into that. Getting close, people. I'm going to take a coffee too in a minute. Ooh, this one not going to be good. Yeah, sounds good to me. All right. And the last thing before we get into that is you said you did 2 passes, or 2 or 3 passes while you were helping the community, and you've got your spots. Those passes, they were those those were just the addresses that you had listed down where your members were, correct? Correct, because then again, we'll get into that later, but it was a much bigger area down there than I had until I was going house to house. I never realized that there were so many residences down there in the trees and on the side roads and whatnot. I just didn't realize. Okay. I'm not calling him a liar, but I find that hard to believe. You can literally see the road go straight ahead. It's kind of like staff sergeant saying, I can see that there's a road there to my right, but I won't go there. We'll just keep going. And there's a chain over there, by the way, on that fence, and it's up. But, I'll just keep going. We don't need to worry about that Cobequid. That Cobequid thing. Stay away from there.
Give down.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me. All right. Last thing you said, do two passes. Okay. Correct, because I'll get into that later. But it was a much bigger area down there than I had. Until I was going house to house, I'd never realized that there were so many residences down there in the trees, on the side roads, and whatnot. Had you been down there previously? No, I can't recall. No, I don't believe so. But it would have been years and years if I had been. Okay, that's it, Scott. Thank you. Okay. I just had one point of clarification, maybe. When you talked about patrol cars and signing in the normal course of duties, are you often in a patrol car? No. In an unmarked car, without computers, without MWSs. Like they don't track unmarked cars. Bullshit. Thanks, Heidi. And I did have a note to come back to, actually. So, okay. So in terms of, it seems we're on that topic a little bit. So with regards to the CIC, did you have any communication with the CIC as well? No. You're the commander in charge. No, nothing going on there either. Nobody talking. No. Okay, so no interaction with them. I had another thought that I didn't make note of, but I'll come back to it. I think it's probably more important for me to say that before I went out. So between the time I left, say, Elmsdale, came back, and started working the detachment here, I was parked right outside the detachment. And people were filtering into the detachment from, I guess, probably the fire hall in Great Village, whatnot. And I could tell those guys were spent. Like that would have been a good point of handover of information, I guess. The senior guys, the CICs, they were in it for a long time, and they were absolutely spent. Ideally, it would have been like a handover to another fresh group. So I wasn't expecting any special direction when I went out to. I'm a fresher guy than they all were. So whenever I went out to relieve Andy, I wasn't looking for any special direction, if you will. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't looking for anything. I just walked in and did the job. What was your job? You didn't even know. You didn't know any information. So what exactly are you walking into? I find it interesting, their question about were you given something, like in terms physically given something from Andy O'Brien. Are they aware of something that we're not? Interesting. Nobody answering the questions on the radio to him. The fella. Okay. So then, just on that note, then, you've been a scene commander before then. Yeah. And just general, warrants, that kind of thing. I was a scene commander at another member involved shooting. Like, there's no, I know what's expected and what I have to do. It's not, I don't think. It's not, I don't think. Can somebody help me understand what that exactly means? Does that come from policy and procedure training or road experience? Where does that come from? Just experience. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Do you have formal training in regard to, though, crime scene management? Yeah. No. No? Okay. All right. Let me just see where we're going here then. So you're at the scene as the scene commander. So you didn't seem to have a whole lot of reporting back and forth. But was there somebody that you were specifically supposed to report back to and back and forth to? No. And I said, pardon. What? Do as you're told. Well, what is it? It's that tweeter message I put, I read that message sometimes, right? Oh, sorry. I was trying to find it here. Where did it go? Did they already throw it in the can for me? Probably not. It'll still be here. This one. It's a great message I got from somebody. Those who are focused on promotion are always watching for opportunities to pad their resume. See, what competency do I still need example for? What can I do in this incident that will look good and give me an edge? What do I need to stay away from? Because it's promotion suicide. Should I be first or last to respond or somewhere in the middle? What do I need to watch out for? Because they too are competing for promotion. Who is a rock star and does not care about promotion, and how can I take advantage of them? This line. What do I need to stay away from? Maybe. Just maybe. Just don't. Just robot. No, okay. All right. Let me see where we're going here then. So you're the scene commander, so you didn't seem to have a lot of reporting back and forth. No. Okay. So they would call you if they needed you, kind of thing, and you were doing your management. So it was a whole lots of communication with dispatch OCC. Okay. So you were communicating from the command triangle or MCU or CIC. I don't recall any conversation or any direction received from them. Well, that actually is totally opposite. You were getting a lot of communication from MCU, CIC, command triangle, or you weren't. I can't follow. Oh, okay. So now at the OCC, who would be communicating with a dispatcher, a risk manager, dispatch? And I suppose as the scene commander, I was receiving a lot of requests. Oh, on the MWS as well. Phone and so, phone this person, that kind of thing. So you were getting radio communication and MWS communication. I think they were mostly dumping messages into my MWS dumping messages to me over my MWS. Okay. Right. And so we could use the MWS instead of over the radio. Correct. Why? I'm not sure. Could it be that, other than if I'm talking to somebody and there's messages bouncing down or messages to be given out, I can flip through them and get the numbers to see who's calling and what's. So it's a little easier to track, prioritize. Yeah. What's wrong with a pen? Or is it that you just don't like those pesky records? Or is there something else? So it's a little easier to track, prioritize. Yeah. Okay. What I got to do? Cigarettes, chickens, cats. All right. Awesome. So apparently there's a first responders investigation course. Did you take that? I don't recall. You don't know? Recall? Okay. And your training, would that be on your inaudible from his records? Correct? Correct. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Maybe just one more thing. So we didn't have crime scene management, I don't think, was a training, and first responder investigations, we don't know. I don't know. Again, this is way past training and tech. This is all kinds of other shit going on underneath, but very important never to lose track of that. Very important. Okay, maybe just one more thing on the scene. So you turn over the scene to somebody when your time was done. Who did you turn that over to? Erica Pren, Staff Sergeant Erica Pine. Erica Pine. Pynn. So herself, enough regular members from Halifax District show up. And so they, when they arrived, it was a full out exchange, full changeover of people. Erica Pine, all personnel, right, in the Portapic area. Yeah. Okay, great. And so what communication, like How did the turnover go for Staff Sergeant Pine when she arrived? Okay, so was it an O'Brien situation? I told her what we had at each scene, and the addresses and the addresses of the different scenes, what to expect wherever she went, wherever. So you briefed her on what was going on down there. Yeah, seems logical. Okay, all right. So now maybe we can touch on the canvas. Were you aware of a canvas that took place in the community that took place earlier that day? No? No. Okay. And with respect to the check addresses, maybe we can touch on that now, and maybe you can describe to us how that evolved, and then what happened, and what your description of that was. And if you need a break at any time, please know that, yeah, I think you're referring to 41 and 46. Yes. Cobequid Court. Yeah. I just want to be clear. If you need a break. You see? You see what's going on? Do you see it? Do you see it? Oh, yeah. No, I'm good, says Jarret. Remember that name right at the beginning? Heidi Colecut from the Attorney General? Jarret seems to be fine, even though Scott seems to want to push him over there. Oh, in she comes. Maybe we can just take a few minutes. What the fuck? You're going to talk about Cobequid. And in comes the Attorney General and says, I think we need a break. Cobequid is a fucking disaster. Trust me. It is a whole bad shit went down there. Yes, absolutely. We're just going to stop the recording time. Thanks for saving it, Heidi. Thank you. The time is 10:21. I'm going to grab a coffee. Let that soak in. Jarret was fine going on. They don't want to go. They already moved it away from that once. Got back there. And when it gets raised, Scott's like, you need a break. I just want to be clear if you need a break. And in comes Heidi. Oh, yeah, we need a break. One moment. Take a break. Take a Kit Kat break. Okay. The time is 10:21. Part 2 of 2. The break is just a sham, right? You guys know that, right? They use lots of little ones. The trauma, sham. The psychology, sham. It's just debriefing. No one who knows what. Okay, so now 10:31. We're resuming the interview. 10:31, 10-minute break for Heidi, Attorney General. Okay. Just as we're having a quick break, quick, there we go with that goop. We were starting to discuss the check addresses, and you know what happened in your experience for being detailed to going down into the community and check some of those addresses. And you'd mentioned prior to specific references there were 2 addresses. I'd be happy for you to start with those 2 addresses and just tell us, as much as you can from your recollection, what you describe those events were, how you got that information, and what you did with that information. So, between the requests for people showing up at the top of the road, I'll call it the number 2 on Portapique Beach Road from the public and whatever, I was also receiving a lot of messaging. Oh, now there's lots. From OCC. People were looking for phone calls back. Let's say, for example, somebody called wondering about an address that we had that we knew was a scene. It could be their mother, father, sister, never. I wasn't doing next of kins over the phone, okay? Wasn't my job for next of kins. However, whenever there was a female that called, so I was getting these, I was like, makes a sighing sound. There was a female that called. I was just like, this, I feel, the people that are calling, they're on the phone, they're phoning their loved ones, and it's ringing and ringing and ringing. Cobequid, that silly old Cobequid. Then I got a call or a message over the MWS wondering, I forgot, it was a female from Alberta. That's what I have. That's what I know about a family member at 41 Cobequid. So I said to myself, perfect, I'll go down to 41 Cobequid, and this is going to be a good. I will make this call because I can assure her that her sister's there. Pause for a moment. Help me. Does anybody remember how this came about? Cobequid? Was it a call from Alberta? That's right. 2, who's the person Tara called? Call from Saskatchewan. That's right. And it does play relevance, and you'll see why. I believe. I have a theory. It's just my theory. It's just my opinion, but I think I'm going to turn out to be right. Sadly. Let's have a look. Where was that anyway? Look at all this nonsense. Ooh. Where did it go? Oh, come on. I had all this pulled aside. No. I do have pulled aside somewhere. One moment. No? It's not Jarret. Helps if I can spell. Close. Maybe you can help me. Maybe you can help me solve, because I'm working on it. I want some help. There we go. Peterson. Rodney Peterson. So I remember taking a call from somebody. I don't know what province, Saskatchewan, maybe. And apparently her brother lived out in Portapique and she couldn't get a hold of him. And at the time, I knew that there were a lot of people being diverted from Portapique, the residences, to the fire hall, or something like that. A comfort zone, a safe place. And so I said, well, he might be there, you know. I don't know for sure. I got his name and whatnot. So from there, I contacted a corporal down who was working, asked dispatch who was working down there, or I looked it up on the computer, somehow found out who was down there. Called him up, and he said, I can't do that right now, he said, but I'm the only one here at my post, but I'll go as soon as I can and have it taken care of. So come to find out later, I heard him on the radio. Yeah, I think it was him. I'm at the residence, and so I get it's the same residence. I gave him the number, the address. Then he reported later, yeah, we have 2 or 3 casualties here. So I knew it wasn't good. And then I think he went to the wrong house. He went to the neighbor's house, and then he went to the correct house, which is what I gave him. And those people, the brother, his wife, were deceased as well. So after that, I questioned dispatch, and I said, you know, should we be getting these calls? I think I might have called on the phone at that point, there's lots on the radio, so I don't know if I called him or on the radio, but what he said is, should we be fielding these calls? I questioned it, right? And he said, yeah, it's going down to the members to take care of these calls, was the initial decision. That was before the corporal found out that members were found. I think it was before as soon as I got off the phone, with the girl out west and spoke with the corporal down there, I think that's when I called dispatch and I said, listen, should we be taking calls out on the street here? And the answer was yes. So I didn't think it was right. But anyhow, then I found out what the results were. He never got back to me. He broadcast on the radio, so I knew. The results were I didn't have to be called. Maybe like later on we spoke about it, but I don't think. So I took another call from somebody else, another family member. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff because there's going to come back to other things that are related. And there's lots of pieces in there. But now I'm beginning to see why it makes sense. Right? Here's Peterson's notebook, typed member report. Well, my computer is not happy. $311. I received a phone message from dispatch that Tara Long, who was looking for her brother Aaron Tuck and his wife Jolene Oliver at 41 Cobequid Court, Portapique. I spoke to a member who was doing scene security, who said he would send another member to the residence. I later heard the neighbor was deceased and heard that a couple was also found deceased. All right, so let's go back, knowing some more pieces to that, and you guys can help me solve it. It's going to be a bit of unpacking, but where am I going here? I'm getting really upset. My tabs are not where I want them to be. And it does have relevance. It absolutely has relevance if my theory is correct. And I think it is. However, we'll see. So he's not doing next of kins by the phone. Okay. And that's fair. That's totally proper. He's not supposed to do that. I forgot, was a female from Alberta. That's what I have. That's what I know about a family member, 41 Cobequid. So I said to myself, perfect, I'll go down. This is going to be good. I will make a call. I can assure her sister's there. So at the end of the day, it's a feel-good story. I'll go down there and take care of this. So I went down to the end. I think it's Old Orchard Beach Road. He's already been down there a few times but I guess didn't know the road continued. I don't know. And I turned right into the Cobequid Court, Cobequid Bay Court. And I hadn't been down there. I didn't even know you could go down that far. I didn't during the day, I hadn't been down there. Okay, I read something, but maybe people are telling me I'm reading too close. So I turn in and you could see. So I drove in and 41, unbeknownst to me, is in the trees down towards the water side. and they didn't have a driveway marker right at Cobequid Court. So when I was kind of perpendicular to the driveway, you could see down, and I was like, there's 41 there, because I could see the driveway marker that was set in the trees a bit. However, straight ahead of me, there was 46 Cobequid Court, door open, a couple of vehicles in the driveway. So I was like, sorry, what door? So those of you who are listening, I went back to Jarret's interview. The front door of 46 Cobequid Court. So I was like, okay, and again, at this time, I didn't know all these other houses on these side streets existed. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just go and I'll chat with them and, see who they are and what they're doing. So I went in, so I stopped, I drove up to their house. A couple of cars in the driveway, went up to the front step, and the doors were open, right? And I guess I knew there was something wrong when there appeared to me to be blank, DOJ blank, on the steps. So they had a front porch veranda, and looked in, and there was a male inside the door who had been seized for a while, like, corrugated blood on the, around him and stuff. And then, so I called that in. Coagulated? I can't say that word. Okay, fair enough. So I called it into OCC just to create a file. Another scene here, and then went in further beyond him. And then, so I called it in and went in further and saw that there was a female on the living room floor, if you will. It was right off the main door. So there was a smaller style bungalow house. So I was, whoa, okay, another scene. Okay, but I still hadn't checked 41, right? So I went to 41, pulled in. There was a truck there. The house seems to kind of be like maybe a lot of additions put on or something. The yard was, blank. Then a full sentence of blank, DOJ. And I could hear the TV. Like the TV was was loud going up. So I went up the stairs. There was a male inside that door, deceased. Then I went over past him, and there was like a plastic, like a homemade door made like plastic, like the plastic that you'd use when building a house and putting in insulation, the plastic that covers it. Vapor barrier? Yeah. And it was kind of milky, like it wasn't clean or clear. Maybe it was because it was 2 or 3 or 4 different layers on it. So I just looked in, and yeah, I saw a female deceased, a male and a female. So I'll get to the female later on, the other female later on. Okay. So when I was, whenever I was walking up to the door, I don't know if I was hearing things or if it was the wind. This is kind of odd, but if it was the wind, but I could hear somebody, what I thought, around me. So I was like, so whenever I came back out, I was like, I wonder if there's somebody else here, in the, like, scared, if you will. So there's not a lot, it was set into the trees, but the trees, So I did a circle around the house and the tree and in the trees, because I thought, by this time I knew about the occurrence with the kids and stuff by this time and all that stuff. So I was like, maybe there's a kid hiding, and now he sees that a policeman coming and he's unsure whether or not, could be a good or bad one, if you will. But you've already killed the fella, right? There's no danger, you said. So I did a quick check-in around the property, see if I could find a kid and maybe hiding from inaudible. The results were negative, but anyway, hello, Julia. The results were negative, but anyhow, then I radioed and had Nathan Forrest. There's 5 that I know of down there. 5. Okay, keep in mind, right? I've been poking at one in particular. I don't know if he was available. I was waiting for this one, though. Or he was on his way out towards Portapique. And he came out, and you could see both sides of the houses if parked in the right position, where Nathan eventually, just to make sure nobody was coming and going out of these residences. And then he took me over to these scenes. So I realized that there were 2 at these 2 residences. Went 2 for 2 at these 2 residences. What is, like, all these other places have to be checked. So Corporal Brad Wood was up at the road. So I radioed him to come down, because I realized that there is more people that have, like, their houses around. And if there's houses, is there people deceased in them? Or what my largest concern was, have they been shot and now they are still alive and need help? So I can't remember if I radioed into OCC or called the OCC. But I said, Brad Wood and I are going around to check houses. I don't want to call it a canvas. Call it a, well-being check. The houses to see the state of their occupants. And the inspector at the time said, no, don't do that. Do not check houses. I was aware, up until this interview, of Skipper Bent and his, did you check that with MCU? Question. And calling up to Jerry Rose and saying, should we be doing this? And Jerry's like, yeah. Now we have an inspector, white shirt, in the OCC saying, no, do not check houses for injured people. You think there's a problem with Cobequid? Just wait. I was like, because MCU needs a member there with you. And I plainly remember thinking, if we find somebody, we will let them know. And then MCU will take over the scene. MCU, Major Crimes Unit, Skipper, Jerry, looks after dead people. I don't care necessarily. I want to provide if someone was injured or they're on their way out. I want to be able to be there to help them. So that was my thinking. And then the inspector of the at the OCC didn't want us doing that. So until the MCU dead people member got out there to check. So, and it might be on the radio, and it's not. But I think there are a couple of calls on the radio, but it's not there. Like, are you sure type of thing? You're an inspector at the OCC. You're not necessarily operational, like you're a world away right now. I'm here on the ground just trying to help, and do the best, find survivors. So anyways, Skipper Bent from MCU eventually came out and we did our door-to-door canvas. And that's when I really realized, the number of houses that were down in that area. And do you remember who the inspector was you reported to, or who would have told you this? Do not check houses until MCU is there. Who? OCC? Rodier. Boom! Uh-oh. Rodier. Rodier. Not good. Oh, this is going to be a big problem. This is going to be a big problem. Rodier ordering people not to go and seek for survivors. Is this the first time that I've seen this? No. In fact, not specifically Rodier, but you'll find the same thing down at Gina Goulet's. Do not go into that house. Do not go into that house. But she might be alive. Heather? Fitbit? Blanket time? What the fuck are you guys doing? Anybody shitting their pants yet? Because you should be. Imagine if you were in a home. Do you know how many fucking hours this is now? 4:46. They want to go with God knows. I think now they're up to 10:40. 2, 4. That's 16 hours. Sorry, 16, 18 hours. Oh! Don't go. Oh, but it gets nicer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure of her. I just knew she had an inspector at OCC, in OCC. I didn't hear. Maybe it was a phone. Maybe it was messaging from her. Whatever it was her not wanting us to do that, to check to see if people were alive, which I didn't really understand. Okay. And I wonder, I'll hold on to that. You tell the Bonds that. You tell the Oliver Tucks that. You tell Tara that. Sorry, you tell the Olivers that. You tell them you hold on to that. And then, so you said you and Corporal Bent ended up doing door to door. Yeah, it's not Corporal. Don't promote him. And Corporal Wood? What was the plan? What was the plan like? Like, how did you come up with this plan? Or you were going to approach this? So we did, for example, we went to 46 with the male and female and cleared the house, making sure that there was no one else in the basement. Then we went back to 41. That's when I opened the screen door, vapor door, if you will, and I saw one female, called it in. And it wasn't until after the 3 of us went back that just there was another female. Oh, so you opened the door. Oh. Is it like your handwritten notes say 2 times female first encounter? So that just to clarify, when I went in, I thought there was only one male, and a female. When we went back, we confirmed that there was actually a third person there. Cleared the house, cleared the inside, and we went to every house. There was a pause, brief period of time. Someone else up the road, so it was just Skipper and Brad. But other than that, just the 3 of us went door to door. Well, you're missing 2. 2 people missing. Forrest and Buggy. with buggy. Cleared that house, went outside every house. It was a brief period of time. Brief, always brief. I can't put a time on it. I had to go to attend something else up the road. Other than that, making sure that somebody was in the house, not dead, deceased, or injured. And surprisingly, there was a number of people that had no idea what went on around there. For the 16, 17 hours. Oh, my goodness. And out of that, there was a lot of, of course, you have to call us if you want us to go to your house, out to the road, so that there was a kind of organizing, shift worker down there has to be to town by 11 o'clock, so he needs an escort from his house to go to the road and that kind of thing. So there's, again, the logistical stuff to accommodate everyone, cats, chickens, cigarettes. Okay, so you didn't clear the houses for safety when you first arrived on the scene as a solo unit. Why would you need to clear the house for safety? The gunman has been killed for a long time, right? He's a solo guy. It's only one. And when you first arrived at the scene as a solo unit, you did a cursory check for what you could see and then contacted OCC to update them. Then you got more support. When you had more support is when you went in and cleared, the addresses for safety. What he did. Correct. Okay, it might have been hard to appreciate, but if there was somebody in there, an innocent person that knows or witnessed what went on that night, whatever, there's a police officer, again, coming back to clear the house. They don't know if it's a good officer or bad police officer, right? So that was kind of, it would have been, I could see that going. I could understand that, so you wouldn't want to be by yourself. But if you had followed the evacuation orders, probably, you wouldn't have this difficulty. Bayview's also in there, right? Somewhat. Depends on who you are. It seems like an unusual dynamic that you have to adapt to. What the fuck language is that, dude? Clean it up. It's unusual. Finding bodies. Being told not to go look for people injured. Yeah. Okay, so I wonder, I know when you were attending, was it 46 that you noticed television was on and what have you? When you were approaching, it was loud music. 41. Okay, so it was loud music. That seems to be the consensus across everybody in that family. They all say this music. Aaron liked to listen to his music. Now, I don't want to keep reading ahead. So we know that 446, I will get to it though. 446 is when we have the why are all my tabs out of order? a moment. Colchester logs, right? Oh, please don't. Please, no. Don't do this to me. Thank you. $446, right? And this is where I'm going to require some help. All right. Just doing an inquiry down here and stopped at 46 Cobequid Court. 46, deceased male just inside the door there. That's new. I believe it's new. Copy that, thanks. Is that inaudible guy, Rodney Peterson? Is that inaudible guy I was inquiring about a while ago? 311. He found out. Don't know what time he placed the call. And I'm not even sure who he necessarily placed the call to. I did think it was Jarret. I am now beginning to wonder. No, he does say, though, seem to acknowledge that it was you were inquiring about. No, I was just, that's 46, and then 41 is the house you were inquiring about. I'm just going to go to that now. Okay, 10-4. 46 Cobequid Court, just down at the end, right on the right. Where's that, Jarret? This is Brad coming into the picture. Okay, and now here we have Justin Buggy. Okay. Justin Buggy is a player, even though they want to write him out. He is absolutely 100% a player. Justin Buggy, I have another request for an escort, okay? That's good. I'm going to have to wait here, says Jarret. I'm checking 41, just a second. Now, all right, let's go to something else that was released last week. Justin Buggy's notes, copied by James Campbell. Not sure what that's all about. Okay. 4:35 called out by Corporal Dubois for active shooter. 4:35 in the morning. 4:12. Aaron Tuck, Rod Peterson. Irrelevant personal information. How does he know about that? It's not supposed to happen for another 34 minutes. And apparently, I thought the call was between Jarret and Rodney Peterson. $4:12. That's 34 minutes previous. Okay, next entry. 4:35. Move to 46 Cobequid Court. That's 11 minutes prior to the call on the radio. Okay. The next point I will make is that sitting at entrance to 41, 45, 46, this person, Justin Buggy, is well aware of all of the addresses, correct? 506, 41, 45, 46. Yes? Please follow with me. 526, Constable Nathan Forrest attended blocked Cobequid Court. Checked. 45. This is an hour later after the 46. The bonds. An hour later, 526, checked 45. 45. Remember 45? Cindy's 45. 45 that there seems to be some questions about. Now, if we go back to the radio logs, and we skip forward to 5:30. Here. It'll load here in a minute. It's seeming to have problems. RTU, Roaming Traffic Unit. This is a personal radio, portable personal radio. For who? Justin Buggy. So after he makes the notation of checking 45, 4 minutes later, he puts a call out on the radio. Dispatch, Constable Forrest and I are down here at Cobequid Court, and we can confirm that there's at least 2 more bodies inside 45. Looks like 3. Remember, he already knows about 46. And he knows all of the addresses, 41, 45, and 46. And he has noted down 4 minutes prior. He's looking at 45. And then he's calling out that there's 2 to 3 bodies inside 45. You follow? This would rank up there with Paul Vickers, head of MCU, Jerry's boss, Skipper's boss, Staff Sergeant Paul Vickers in his notes has 3 entries, 3 separate entries. The last one is for 45, Cobequid Court. 2 to 3 bodies. The number 2/3 in the province, which would be equal in rank, but number 3, for all intents and purposes, Janice Gray, all the way up the food chain, who is hanging on to Chris Leather's arm. All of the information is going through many different filters to get there. 6:40 in the evening, 1 hour and 10 minutes later, after this call, she has an entry, just as she has 3 entries in her notebook. She has one that's around sometime post 3:55 for 41 and 46. And then she has 45 at 6:40 in the evening. 6:40 for 2 to 3 bodies at 45. Something really hokey is going on down there. Harry Bryson know about, certainly know about it. It's in their report. And I would say that could extend to 41 also. Where do we have here? One moment. Is it this one? No. I know I cut it out. What was the question? Would you have moved bodies? I can't imagine. I can't speak as to whether anybody would or would not move bodies. You can't hear him? Really? Honestly? Okay. Let's do this again then. Oh, no, that's not what I want.
I work but that's my question that anybody else would take. I never took any photos. I can't imagine that anybody else would take photos or with would have moved anybody.
Yeah, and I'm referring to the crime scene photos. But that's my question. Would, to your knowledge, did you or anyone else?
I've never seen those photos, and I can't speak as to whether anybody would or would not. But from my work previously with the forensic identification specialist, everything is photographed as it is found.
I cannot speak to whether anybody would or would not move bodies. That's not a hard one. I understand that some of these people are struggling. That's not a hard question to answer. The answer is absolutely, definitively no. Shouldn't it be? If you read the report, You have Raymaker saying that it's the Harry's mother who's in the doorway. Then it becomes the father. Then she is in two different positions, and now I found evidence that maybe she's in a third. Really? Equally, there is similar same types of things with where the bodies are located inside 41, the Talk residence. Sometimes they're in the kitchen. Sometimes they're in the hallway. Sometimes it's in the hallway and then into the living room a little bit. Which is it? Very easy to answer. Is it not? There's a big problem down there. Big problem. There is more that has come out subsequently. One moment. So I have spoken about this. It's complicated stuff, and I'm trying to explain it as best as I can. So you have Staff Sergeant Paul Vickers, they want to call it rough notes. Bullshit. Anybody who's in the RCMP knows that there's no such thing. He is using his official Blue Line book, black bound book, because he's gets that. There's no rough notes, my ass. He has 3 entries. You have gray, 6:40 in the evening. The sub entries that she has underneath there, very curious, because she's got Heidi, Chad, and an Inspector Ulmer. Regimental numbers listed underneath 45. Why? It's a sub entry. I don't understand. Has anybody bothered to ask these people what the fuck is going on down there? On the evening of so let's start with this one. This is a crime scene report from McKenna. McKenna's crime scene report. All crime scenes that he's going to go and investigate. Right? Crime scenes. Big stop. 71. 123, 7:18 in the night, 135, 7:27, 7:30 at 136, 41 at 7:39, 7:42, 46. And he's going to go all the way around. Remember the map. Think logistically here. He's going to drive all the way up here and go all the way over here. Okay? 200. 200 Portapic. Okay? 1950, which is 750, 755. He goes to 293. Zolls down at the bottom, Portapic. The next day, he goes to 45 in the morning. 45, where nothing happened, which is not a crime scene, and makes this interesting entry. McKenna attended 45 Cobequid Court with Corporal Dean Martin, no notes for either, to check on the residence. The property was secured. No one answered the door. McKenna gained access to the property, i.e. broke in, and checked all the interior rooms. There were no persons injured or deceased, and no indication of anything of concern having occurred at the residence. So it's not a crime scene. Yet every place that you go to in this report is a crime scene or has association to items associated with the crime. So why do you feel the need next morning to go to that scene? Okay. One moment. McEachran. Oh God, I'm not going to be able to spell it. McEachran or some balls. Where's that? Oh yes, okay. I know another way I can find it. One moment. Thank you. Okay. So here we have McEachran's notes, which were also released just the other day. Of course, all of this happens after everything's wrapped up and you've got it all concluded and everybody's gone away. But you're still making changes as we go. Check the Portapic report. It's changed. Okay, so on the 19th, she's got all her stuff here. Now, I want you to take note of a couple of things. How does she do her notes? She generally follows, she's very linear. Point, form, next line, point, next line, point. By and large, everywhere. Right? Let me go into this interesting goo. The time is cut off. I'm not going to touch that. I've already talked about the bodies before. 2 males in a house seems to be an interesting number. Okay, see, it's just linear form, right? Here's update. Okay, when she writes in updated. Okay, so as she goes, she's just keeping chronological order and updating things. Linear. I got a question here. And there was a busy line. Never shot, but okay, you know, there seems to be some sub-entries or like points beside it. Okay, here she goes. Now, just follow with me. Interesting, she's got some stuff here, but did I go by it already? Shit. Next day, 20th, 7 o'clock, office. Briefing with FIS. Resources. Sergeant McKenna. That's all the crime scene people. FIS. Forensic. Sergeant McKenna, Wenzel. A lot of these people are missing their notes, by the way. Staff Sergeant Harder. Corporal Lagazi. Estabrooks Martin. Jackson, Kilp, etc. Okay. Assignment of tasks. Assignment of tasks, okay? What's the first entry here? 45. 45 Cobequid with McKenna and Dean Martin. Provide something, which I can't understand what that says. I would presume it says Intel, but because that appears to be an R of hers, and we also have an extra letter. So I don't know if it's Intel. I'll leave that with you to decide. Maybe you can tell me. I would appreciate that. 45 Cobequid. Oh, and then over here, empty residence, no bodies. Provide something on the next line, and then times 2 or 3 people deceased inside, which kind of contradicts this one. Not an update later on. You write that there. Now look at this, the entries below it. Examination of Corey Ellison on roadway in front of 136 Orchard Beach. Examination 135, body in yard near fence. Now, I'm just thinking logically here. Let's see. You do things in order, right? Let's see. Okay, so there is bodies here, but instead of dealing with that, you're going to drive by there and go south and go to a residence that nothing happened at here. Does this make sense? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. The radio logs don't make sense. Because if you look at the radio logs equally, further on, we will have a correction, what appears to be a correction. This is Buggy's number, RTU, roaming traffic unit. Yeah, you can check it with the Colchester logs. You'll see it's the same one. Now, that's his portable. Later, he calls in, can I get a 28 on a plate, blacked out by DOJ, all right? Wants to run a plate. And then it appears as though it's going to come back. The plate is going to come back. Remember looking for the 28. 355, are you there? Go ahead, 28 on the plate, please. And then the address, 28, 29, negative 28 grade. Plate's valid, Peter Bond, 46 Cobequid Court. Not sure why DOJ would feel the need to black it out, but anyway, something. The address, and then he comes back and he says 7 minutes later, the address that we called in was 41. There's 3 deceased. This address here, there's 46. There's another 2 bodies, but they already knew that. They already knew that, right? His notes specifically say he knows all the addresses and that he's at 45. And now all of a sudden it's like, no, actually. And equally, that goes into the argument with that, is if he said this and he corrected it, why is it going all the way to Janice Gray? Why is it in Staff Sergeant, Head of MCU, Bodies, Notes, Rough Notes, Paul Vickers, Staff Sergeant, Paul Vickers, Notes, Third Entry. And crime scene investigation goes there the next day to break into the house to say nothing happened. I said, what? And Bent can't answer about moving bodies down there. Compelling case, I would say, for follow-up, yet no one has done it. Am I making sense? There will be more, I believe. And if it was such an easy one, you wouldn't have Ben have a problem answering the question. You wouldn't have different locations for Mrs. Bond. Didn't make sense when Harry actually saw the scene because he went in. And it all started with a phone call. And you cannot say that. They want to say, because I believe, and I talked to a couple of people on this one who would be affected in that realm. Their calls were getting bounced all over the place. And nobody wanted to talk about Cobequid. What? All family members were getting that, yes. But Cobequid, more so. Lots of wellness checks coming in from all over the country. Could you please? If he's watching the MWS, Jarret and Co. and Drunky O'Brien, and they knew about it since 2:50 in the morning, that's Surratt and West. Oh, Surratt says 5 something. There was still discussion going on. And you've driven by it to go and evacuate somebody else, which I won't get into at this point, down at the end of Bayview Court at 7:30 in the morning with 4 ERT members. You certainly know that he is deceased, or so you say, at 11:26, right? Why would it be such a difficult one? Instead, you want to run around and do chickens and things like that. Or is it that Rodier and something's going on in OCC that are cleaning out the fucking logs? And nobody's calls are really getting through. And I suggested that stuff to some family members, and they said, yes, that is what we believe. And it was just the stars aligning a certain way. It didn't matter who it was, but somebody talked to somebody. Peterson, who then talked to somebody. Opened up a can of whoop ass. And then you got Rodier saying, get out of there. You have Jerry and Skippy. Did you clear this? What are you doing? Who would in their right mind would ever say that? If you just stumbled across bodies in a small cul-de-sac that you've known about, for hours and hours and hours. 16, 17 hours. Do you think you'd be asking, like, I don't think you should go and clear that. Actually not. I don't think so. No, do not go in there. What happened to Buggy's notes? What happened to Buggy? He's an interesting one. I hope he's well. See, they have this little report. This is a task report. I like how the printing is kind of fucked up. We almost have Cyrillic type writing here in Canada. The printer, major, having a problem over here. And of course, the right column, right margin is cut off. Officer notes. Buggy. Justin. Constable Justin Buggy has been off blank with no timetable for, I'm going to go with that says return. Upon Constable Buggy's return to work, January 13th, 2021. Upon a return to work, investigators will touch base and request a copy of his notes and to draft a report as about his involvement, maybe, with the events April 18 and 19. This requires a task report. Really? This one not a hard one? Or is it? They didn't even want to tell people about Buggy. And I knew about Buggy just from going through the logs. Forest, and you can go through, where's the list I've got, of everything that is released thus far. And we have a noticeable absence of things from members down there. We have some things from Forest. We now have a little bit more, and I'm going to continue to finish that I know I've gone off here on a tangent, but it's an important one, and I'm hoping that people can follow it because it is a disaster zone, Cobequid. Were people suffering down there? And you've got YMCA. Was there something else that occurred at 45 that requires you to break and enter into a home? Oh, so I can't find it. My list of what all material should be there, because you should have officer report, which is a summary of the notes. I could go into it more. I have a little bit in earlier videos. It does say in Jarret's notes, I believe it's in Jarret's notes, 2 times. Is it Forest? Might as well just do it. Fuck. I like this fellow's name differently, so we can't find shit. Really? This is Jarret's notes. Okay, now this looks reasonable. Doesn't know the address, maybe. It's got 200s. 200. 241 Cobequid Court, male inside, 2 times female in the other room, plastic door. Again, keeping chronological order. Next, unknown if they're at all residence checked. Corporal Brad Wood and myself to check others. OCC advised. Skipper Brad Bent. Do you follow? It's going in order. So how is it that his one and only entry actually has 2 times female in other room, plastic door? Why are they in the living room in some reports? And again, I would say that's going to be a question of intestation law. Who dies first? And then it turns into who can speak on Aaron's behalf. This is a very interesting one. They're doing not unknown since about April 20th. Cheap, cheesy, loser, but we'll figure it out. So I encourage people to continue to look into what happened down in Cobequid, because it's one of those threads that if you pull it, you will find a lot of different things. I think I'm up to 5 references, about 45 now. There is an issue there. Absolutely, 100%. There's something going on they don't want people to know about. You can't have all of these people just being like, oh, yeah, no, I knew it was there. I just didn't, it didn't really cross my mind. We had it on the wall. We wrote down crayon. We just decided never to go further south than the Ellisons and Blair seniors. That was it. You know, we just decided to stop because the road, of course, just keeps on going. We have our Google Maps. We know exactly what the fuck's going on, but we're not going to go over there. No. All right. Now, so it's Wood, Corporal Wood, who's missing everything, by the way. There's shit on Corporal Wood. Nothing. You have Jarret with spotty GPS and an MCC interview. His member report, which doesn't align with his written notes, because it should actually. It doesn't change necessarily. This is just kind of a summary and maybe some possible additions. And you've got Bant, whose Bant's notes do something very interesting too. If you go to when he did his June 21st, I believe it's June 21st, was when he gave his MCC testimony. The document for his notes, a moment. You'll see this. They try and fly all these things under the radar. Ben has 2 entries for his notes of April 19th, as you can see. The earlier one is the one that was out for months. April, do I still have what? Which one is this? 3/7. I don't have the search up here. I could tell you the exact date they came out. Here. The only difference between these 2 sets of notes is down here, where bodies are located. They changed it right before he gave his testimony. They blacked out, or the MCC chose to change. So you didn't know where bodies were being found. Really? Like right before. I have zillions of copies of everybody's notes and stuff. So I know when things changed because I can go to my first download of that and I can go see the dates. And this changed right before. And you can see because when you look at Wayne's, when Bryson is asking him about it, the copy that they pull up on the screen is the one that has this. And he's talking to him about moving bodies. Why would you need to black that out? Male laying inside door, 2 females inside door. Male at door over at the bonds. Female on the floor, keep in mind, beside the couch, behind the door nearby. We're going to see that this is actually a little bit different with Jarret's stuff. And now we'll go back to Jarret. Fair enough? I definitely can rip more holes, but we'll leave it there for now. Now, Jarret. Okay. Loud music. Not TV, it's music. 41. Sorry, 41. 41. Thank you. So I wonder, again, back to Jarret. I wonder if you could describe at 46 what you noticed when you walked up to the house and what you noticed on your first assessment solo. And also your second assessment as a team a little bit more. That's why his notes don't line. Yeah, there was, I don't recall. I do recall being there and thinking about it afterward. How there was teeth, 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 on the front veranda, like he was inside the door. Like, it just seemed weird. I guess the blast from the firearm somehow projected them out rather than in. But then there was a female in the living room, kind of. She was obviously sitting in a chair, but she was bent over. Okay. On the ground, like head towards the ground. Well, that's not what Skippy's notes say. That's not what that report is talking about. Differences with the bond report. If anybody wants to, I'm going to continue. But there is the bond report that talks about May. Slipping my mind. Sergeant and the body's moving. 2 different locations, and Harry's like, I've seen the scene. What the fuck is going on here? I saw it. I saw where you guys said the diagram doesn't line up. By the way, that's not reserved for 46 only. Body's moving. Now she's in the chair. Right. That was it. Okay. So there was no other sorts of things that stood out to you when you walked in. No. Or even approached the house. Why? Sorry, stop again. Why is it that the teeth isn't considered graphic? That's kind of a bit graphic. Makes you wonder about all the rest. You know, the personal information. Because there's very little that's personal information, as in an investigation, it's kind of like where you live, maybe your phone number, what kind of medical problems you have. Perhaps some very graphic details. That I can understand. The rest of it, no. Not sentences, paragraphs. That's all bullshit. But clearly teeth, not a problem. Or even approach to the house. No, other than the door was open. And I thought, those people were just hanging out, or these people were just hanging out. I'll go and talk to them. But there was nothing. I don't recall anything that stood out. Okay, Liz, do you have anything for this? Yep. Just for clarification, and I'm echoing it out, it must be on my computer screen. So you approached 46, and you said when you drove down Cobequid Court, you noticed that the door was open. When did you first notice that the door was open? Were you already out of your police car or in your car? No, I was still in my car. This was what Bryson was referring to when he was asking about in that interview with Brent. And I knew he was talking about a different interview. I was like, okay, it's coming somewheres. We're going to get this. Because perpendicular to their driveway, because you could see down towards the house through the trees, and that's where the driveway marker was. So if I backed up and drove in, or I could just keep going and straight talk to these other people who were right in front of me. So you were at 46 because you saw the door open, correct? Correct. Yeah. Okay. And when you said that door, can you describe that door a little bit more, and where it was and how it was, you said he was in the door? Yeah. Or fallen. Can you describe a little bit more of what you saw? So it was, if it's summertime, you're inside, your steel door is open, you want to call it an aluminum screen door on the outside. Yeah, they were both swung open. The steel door, the interior door, the inside door, if you want to call it, was swinging towards, I believe, the inside. No, it would have been the inside. The outside aluminum door, lighter doors from the screen was in them was open, swinging out. Okay, so that caught your attention. Yeah, that's why you went there. Yeah, but at that point, you had not received, had you received any notification or asked to go to that address? No. Okay, this is why, but Harry made a lot of calls. So is somebody in OCC hitting delete? Is it McCallum? She has override capability. Is it Rodier? Is that happening, in fact? But I find it very interesting because, well, frankly, there should be a fuckload of them out there, but it seems like no. It's only the phone call. Okay, just a couple of things with 46. It was roughly 4, almost 5, roughly. Okay. So walking in there, what was the outside? Was it daylight? Was it light out? Do you remember the weather? I can tell you it was light out. I don't. And it wasn't raining, He doesn't know what time. He doesn't know what time. Got his notes. Must have been those psychological debriefs and all the seizure of stuff. I'm reading it here in the transcript. You said I said it, but you don't play the audio. I couldn't tell you anything more than that. So when you walked out of the residence, do you recall if there were interior lights on? I don't. But I do know that the TV was on. And it was really loud. And there was a cell phone ringing and ringing and ringing. And that's 46, not 41. That's 46. Okay. But was that what he said? Okay, so the TV was, oh, sorry, at 41. The cell phone. And yeah, the TV, yeah. Okay, so you see there'll be phone records for that, right? It probably could narrow down time. I know it's got the phones now, so might want to get on that one. Okay, what about 46? Do you remember if the TV was on? I don't No. Okay. So just going back to, you taking information about 41 and then taking it on your own accord to go to 46. The messages that you had received, had you spoken to anyone else about potentially having to do these address checks prior to the messaging? No. Did you ever speak to Corporal Peterson? Did he ever call you? I don't recall. Really? I think that would stand out in your mind. But maybe it's not Peter. Maybe it's not Jarret. Why does Buggy have it in his notes? Rod Peterson, Aaron Tuck. Irrelevant information. Definitely relevant. You're going to burn those people in the afterlife that are putting those black boxes over shit. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. Look forward to it. It's relevant. 412. That's 34 minutes prior. I don't recall speaking to Corporal Peterson. Okay. And you said that afterward you gathered. Yet you had to wait for MCU to do anything more. Wayne Bent came. Forrest came. And then you guys did, you left out Corporal Brad Wood and Buggy. You did you check a few addresses. Did you log that, or did anyone log that anywhere? So Forrest was, just to clarify, Forrest was seen security for both those scenes. Brad Wood, Corporal Brad Wood, everything absent for. No interviews, no notes, no MCC interview, no typed reports, no RCMP interviews, nothing. Corporal Brad Wood, no GPS, I don't think, came down and, yes, there is. Sorry, he's logged off. He logged off at 5:40, went out of service down on Cobequid. 5:40, 5:20, something like that. Corporal Brad Wood came down and joined me initially, and the plan was to go around and check the places, but we were told not to check the places and that an MCU member would arrive. Oh, I don't have whether or not that was half an hour. I don't know how long we waited there. I don't recall. But eventually, whenever Wayne Bent or Skipper arrived, and that's when the canvassing started. As per Rodier's instructions, telling them, don't search houses for potentially injured people. Let's tack on another hour. Yum! Okay, just to take you to 41, just a clarification, a piece of the doors, on the doors, you said that at 46, just kind of steer away from that. The two screen doors were open, the other door was open. About 41, do you recall? I don't recall. The only thing on 41 I can recall, remember, is we'll call it the back door, which it seemed to be like it was down the driveway. You could drove up to the house. We'll call it the back door. It's actually the front door, but anyway, the deck or flight of stairs up to the door were kind of just didn't seem very good. And then the front door, the water side of the house, again, the stairs going up to the front door were very weak. Like I shouldn't be walking on these type of thing. Not sure. Okay, anyway, so it was, and there was just seemed to be a lot of junk scattered around, if you will. Not sure what relevance that has, but okay, whatever. It seems like something I've read in an article. Bottles everywhere and stuff. I was like, what? Relevance? Zero? Derp. Oh, unless you're being malicious. Right. But do you recall if there was one door or two doors at 41, like when you went in? I don't recall. That's okay. That's it for me, Scott. Okay. It did that. So you mentioned you provided this information on the two addresses. So 41, 46, you notified OCC. Do you have any idea what OCC did with that information? Do you know where it goes after they receive that information? No. I asked them to, and they did just make files to capture them under files. Oh. I'm almost getting the feeling they didn't want to. Could just be me being very sensitive. We had to ask them to? Really now? Okay, yeah. It's almost like nobody's supposed to know about Cobequid. So I'm just trying to understand. It goes to the OCC, and so then how does the MCU get involved? How does the rest of management get involved? I suppose for not only the investigation, but ongoing work. I don't recall. Huh? What? I appreciate him dropping bombs on Rodier and potentially opening up that whole can, but you honestly don't recall? Or are you just being locked out? I do get the feeling he was majorly locked out. Not read in, wasn't supposed to know shit. Even though he's Brown and Melanson boss. Hello? Team lead. Supervisor. Whatever. But for lack of, he's their superior. He doesn't know anything. Okay. Whether it was, whether it was somebody that at OCC was contacting the team command triangle or the MCU. I don't recall. Are we all just being really sketchy here? And fuck off with the team command triangle and the fucking MCU and whatever. Names! Names! Everybody's got names. And if you did nothing wrong, then you're happy to stand on the carpet. So, from your experience as scene commander, in your role, is it customary or normal, whether it be rules, regs, best practices, is it normal that you would gather information and send it to the OCC, and then the OCC gets it to where it needs to be? Well, if you had 2 or 1, 2, 3 scenes, I'm sure I'd have the triangle, the TCs, the team commanders or primary investigators, addresses and phone numbers rather and advise them. Okay. But this is at this time, I'm sure that I didn't know if they were geared up or going or what was going on. I'm sure I didn't know. So like I didn't have a team. I didn't have an MCU contact, if you will, to let them know. Oh, MCU. Is there anything that you would know? Is there anything you think that maybe should have been done, or it could have been done to make this part more streamlined? Or do you feel, what's in your mind? No, I think it was just a big occurrence. And you needed a big machine to get it going and get things squared away. And I think it was just time. Wow. That's a whole bunch of shit. I think it was just a big fuck up covering your fucking garbage down there. To be honest with you, I'm not saying that to Jarret. I'm saying you're fucking ops shit. Quit it. Okay. And in the background, that very well may have been all figured out. Just, with that many scenes across such a large area, not only Portapic, but all through the province. Here we go into it's just so poor us. We're just overloaded. But of course, we're going to turn down everybody. We're going to fly in people from out of province. We're going to do all this stuff so we can keep it internal and only keep it with a very small set of people and have people signed into in perpetuity forever NDAs. Yes. Not that you could involve all of the police departments who, of course, offer to help you. Like anybody logically would if you weren't trying to hide things. Come up. Here you go. Nice. Okay. It's not easy, it takes time and it takes resources. So, no, it doesn't. Understood. Okay. And in your notes, you described, and this is just clarifying, you've already identified it pretty much. It says unknown if other all residences checked. So what does that mean? So is the reference that you were making when you're trying to, get on our horse and get going to check these houses. I'd say it's just that he didn't know. Okay, I didn't know. Finding those bodies in those two houses, the first two I checked, it obviously told me that whoever else is down in these houses, they haven't been checked either. Time to get going. Yeah. Rodier doesn't want you to go. Bent doesn't want you to go. Okay. I love how these people are just so, yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. But I'd say, are they part of the system? So when you were requested to stand down for MCU, what did you do after that? I can remember clearly thinking that there was a person in the OCC that I haven't heard before. I haven't talked to all day. And now she's telling me not to go and check houses. This one's gonna come back on you, Rodier. Hard. Oh. Like you're over there. I'm here. And then it was whenever she mentioned MCU, then I was respecting the big plan. And wishes of the MCU. What the fuck is the big plan? Plan? But of course, it's all the terms they use. But until then, I didn't. It was going to go ahead. What was going to go ahead? And Brad and I were going to check houses. So enough time had elapsed that I called Brad up the road, and he drove down there. And we were getting ready to go and prepared to check houses, check 41, check 46. It wasn't until sometime between the time that he got down there that the message was delivered. No, don't go in the houses. Fail. Won't come back at you. So, sorry, you probably said this. I apologize. How was that message received? I can't remember if it was on the phone, the radio, or the phone. Not on the radio, because it sure is fucking there unless they're deleting stuff. So better open up those fucking computers and celebrates so we can all see. Okay, I can't recall. I think you did mention that earlier. I apologize. When? I think you said I can't recall a lot. So typically, as an at-scene commander or scene commander, as you referred to it, would it not be your role or your responsibility, to manage that scene and to look into these things, canvassing, scene safety, wellness checks, whatever you want to call it? Would it traditionally be your role, as scene commander? Or just as a normal person? I would. My view is that it's just a house that we're checking. If there's a deceased person in there, MCU is going to know about it right away. Boom. They're going to, or they need to. They need to. Okay, it's just a house. It's just a gas stop. Okay, I'm going to, it's another scene created or found. I didn't quite understand why. And again, it could have been half an hour. It could have been an hour and a half. I don't recall how long we waited there. But it just seemed really weird to me. And there might be a bigger picture and different reasons why MCU had to do the canvas. Any other explanation why you would say to somebody, do not go and look? Jerry, Wayne, Rodier, what the fuck are you doing? Bigger picture, bigger plan, bigger machine. What you guys doing over there? Stink. But really, I was under the interpretation of MCU, unless there's a dead body there, then MCU would kind of get involved. It didn't take an MCU member to find a dead body. I know, this world, there's a lot of people who are having struggles mentally, but no, it doesn't. I know also, you just put a blanket on people who are clearly still alive and just leaves them sit for hours. What? I'm getting bad vibes. Bad vibes. And these are the people that are going to tell you they died right away. Everybody died right away. You already lied on that one once and were caught. So, I don't believe you. You guys look like sadistic animals. At the very least. Do you feel, this kind of work should have been done sooner? Oh, sorry. But again, it would just all be dealt with in the background. I don't know what went on. I was confused. Thank you for speaking up. But thank you, MCU, for hiding this until you think that everybody's gone away. Ain't gone away. Gonna get bigger and bigger. And there's gonna be a royal commission into all of you too. Do you feel, this kind of work could have or should have been done sooner? Are you serious? Is that a serious question there, Spicer? Do you think that we should have been checking to see if people were alive earlier? Hope I don't live in your family. Thank God I don't. Again, it was, I can't offer an opinion on that. It might have been on the task list, if you will. I don't have a clue. Dude, it's just a little step further. It's just a little step further. Trust me. Take my hand. We'll go there. Find the heart. It should have been done right away. And you know that. You know that. Not that you don't have a clue. You know. Time to speak up. Okay. Task list. No, big plan. Okay. But I can tell you that 41 and 46, there was no, if there was a delay in getting there, it wasn't, you weren't saving people. Why is it so hard to say this? How hard is it to say? I don't understand. What the fuck is going on with people's minds? What are you scared of? Are you a puss? Well, I might lose my job. I might lose my pension. Maybe somebody will be mad at me. I understand. And you know, people are going to say, I know members in the background who will say, listen, you're being totally insensitive. You have no idea how much this rips people apart. I do get it. But you still have to have the fucking balls. Nothing changes unless you have balls. Oh, it's easy for you to say behind a keyboard. Fuck you, man. Try it. So you feel that they had been deceased a long time. Yes. I don't know. God only knows this one. God only knows. And he will know. On Judgment Day, these people will be all called to account on the carpet. And if they can stand there and say that, and it's true, then I suppose everybody's going to be just fine. But you've been stuck already with Heather. So I have real doubts. Okay. I'm just clearing up for people, cleaning it up, a couple of things then. Just cleaning up. This is people's lives that you're talking about. You have destroyed people. Were you aware of any checks for wellness that may have been on your MWS? Yeah, I was getting messages sent to it, but what I recall, well, I do know this part. If there was a message telling me to check on a specific resident and I knew the person was deceased or that place was burnt, I wasn't calling them back. Okay, so what is he saying? He's kind of talking about that he should have made calls, you'd think, about anybody on Cobequid, right? If they were on his MWS. Sorry, let me read that again. Yeah, I was getting messages sent to me, but what I recall is, well, I do know this part. If there was a message telling me to go check on a specific resident and I knew that person was deceased or that place was burnt, I wasn't calling them back. So then there should be a lot of callbacks to people you didn't know, which would be Cobequid, right? Or were they not on your MWS? I think that's what he's silently saying. You weren't calling back who? You weren't calling who back? The people that were calling for somebody that may be deceased. Oh, the next of kin notification, or correct. Investigation of, that's right. Okay, and so why is that? Because I've never done notification over the phone. Now, I think he's mixing apples and oranges to me, but that's my reading. That's true. He shouldn't be doing that. I believe that there may have been cases where people were notified over the phone, which should never be done. I believe it is policy, but I could be wrong. And I'm sure I'll get a phone call about that. But I believe it should be done in person, is the way that it is done. Formally. Like the one that Tara's still waiting on. How many ever? What are we? Probably 890, probably 900 days plus now. Still waiting for the formal notification that her brother is dead, and her sister-in-law and niece. Well, not okay at all. Not in the least. Because I've never done a notification over the phone. Okay, I don't know the person's identity. I don't know if their house is burnt. I don't know if they're in the woods hiding. I don't know. Being a professional, I don't do next of kins over the radio or over the phone, rather without positively identifying the deceased. But the question was, did you answer the calls on the NWS? Would it be fair that you were also trying to make sure that you had all the information? Correct. And I was the scene commander. I wasn't the, it's a process, as you know, for identity. So with that information, typically you would forward that off to somebody who would take care of that. Correct. That was, at that point in time, it was Dave Lilly. And then it moved to McDonald actually, who did it move to? Bant / McDonald. Rod McD was involved with that stuff too. But I don't think he did any notifications. Interesting that he was attached to that liaison stuff before he went up north with juniors. Lady. And who would deal with the ME's office, the medical examiner and whatnot? Thank you. All these acronyms. I guess ME's confusing. And we come across them in these interviews, of course, because they like the stew. Don't want anybody to know. So, and I'm not feeling sorry for you, Spicer, because you know. So the OCC had directed wellness checks to Corporal Peterson. Oh, the wellness checks. Yes. Yes. Okay, so sorry. That's why another piece why I will say that I am of the opinion that things were getting cleaned out, because as soon as that happened, and that's what explains the questioning in the Colchester logs, and Peterson's like, oh, should I be doing this? Because Rodier came on, and so Rodier said, shut it down, don't do that. Do you follow? And then it makes sense. He's like, oh, should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? And then Jarret's like, oh, should I be doing this? I don't know. Because Rodier, Inspector Whiteshirt, YMCA, came in there and said, no, don't do that. Now, it makes sense, because I was like, why all of a sudden did his opinion change? Well, it does make sense now. Corporal Peterson, who was working in the community, can you touch on that at all? Is there any knowledge that you have of that? I am not aware. I don't know. So he's not aware of Corporal Peterson in any capacity. So who was it that Corporal Peterson spoke to? Was it Jarret? Was it Buggy? Was it Wood? Who did he speak to? Buggy's got it in his notes. Interesting. And so in terms of what you were doing up until 446. When you went to Cobequid Court, you were stationed pretty much, as I understand, at the top of the street managing Dustine. Is that correct? Yes, he was dealing with chickens and cats and medications and cigarette runs. Yeah, the media was there. There was families. There were families, you know. There was families. Families. There's Harry. Oh my God. Really? There were passerbys, you know, people from the community just wanted to know, you know, information. I remember, yeah. And I think I spoke to that earlier. Can you get my father-in-law medication? Can you get my sister-in-law medication? Can you get, you know, just necessities like cigarettes? Can you run cigarettes down to people who are playing basketball in the community because they get to stay in the middle of a crime scene, which should never be contaminated? Maybe, you know, Dorrington can go off, deal with those journalists that are running around that got in there and took 40 plus pictures, which nobody has ever seen. Cover up. Come here. Up. Come on. Oh, careful. Oh. Okay, that's perfect. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something missed there. Yeah. More than anything, so looking forward looking, leaning, yeah, nothing we could do today. How can the commission make recommendations to help the RCMP think of ways to canvass that go beyond what's apparent at the time to mitigate, you know, challenges or habits that may be there that could be improved? I.e., how can the RCMP save their ass because they're sucking balls and the cover-up is getting exposed? How can you help us put that into some kind of gobbledygook? Yeah, I think I don't have any. I don't have any recommendations. Shouldn't be recommendations, should be mandates. And frankly, the RCMP are beyond that now. It's just one of those, there's a lot going on. You know, there was a lot. You know, the changeover, the people, and that worked all night that might have had an idea now not working, who's that? What's that all about? Who cares? Who cares? I have to go and drive cigarettes down to somebody. I guess communication? Yeah. You probably just always say communicate. They always do. Communication, technology, more training. It's the same shit all the time. And money. So they can hire their friends and family. So did he know that they were all dead? Again, why was he not called? Why was Peterson not called? Frankly, I should check one thing. We're getting there. Almost done. So this is done June 13th. Of course, that's all after Port-a-Pic. You see, they time everything. Everything of the foundational document. They time everything. Then they can say, well, we didn't know. Sorry, we didn't know. We couldn't ask about that. Such shit. So how could communication be improved? Like, is it infrastructure? Is it actual devices or different technology? Like how the better way of communicating? I don't know. If I was if it was 2 or 3 sites, it wouldn't be. Communication wouldn't be an issue. Whenever it's that big, you're scrambling for bodies, for resources to manage sites and all that. It's just time and resources. Or is it the big picture, the bigger plan? I think it's the latter, because you already said it was. So let's stop with that. Okay, how do better communicate to all personnel on the ground? I'm not sure. Okay, so you mentioned that you never had any conversation with MCU when you took over the scene. No. And I suspect if he had, well, possibly Cobequid would still be. Okay. And then that's good there. We're done. So Liz, before I moved on to post-event, because it's like a party. Do you have anything else? Coughing. No, I don't. Poor girl. All right, Heidi, are you okay? What about families? Hello? 900 plus days now. Still waiting for that notification. No, that's good for me. Thank you. All right. So it's just going on to, actual training. I guess I might have touched on that briefly. Is there any training that you feel would have likely have helped you with your specific role? I don't even want to read this shit because it's just nonsense. No, let's skip past the excuses. If you want to read them, fair enough. I'm not going to. Graduated thing. Okay, so that's just different levels of that. First responders approach to critical incidents, having something somewhere where people could understand the organization, nothing else matters. Would that be beneficial? Probably reading in people to your covert ops might help. Moving along. Another more tools. Now they're into tools because that's how tools operate. How can we do better? Okay, so more defense for RCMP. The guys and gals. Oh, there's the guys and girls. I thought it's usually guys and gals. Interesting. To get dirty are going to be the ones that can provide feedback. Okay, well, good solid whistleblowing, that's feedback. Post-event, so you were not only involved in these events, but you were part of the management parts of it too. I guess that's cigarettes. How do you feel post-event support in terms of having the ability to support the organization to provide things? Okay, it's just gobbledygook. All members that was involved. Aha. Here we go. All right. There is stuff that's here. Okay. Like all you can do, you can't make everybody, you can't make anybody do anything. It's just all, say, debrief afterwards. So I've been through I've been through previous debriefs, and this was good. It was, they divided people into different groups, and it was all members that were involved and a psychologist. There are no managers there. It was just normal guys and girls around on the ground. We didn't mind talking about it. It was so the critical debrief has come a long way. That has been a result of this. I don't know if they don't understand what the psychologists and the whole wellness and what that's all about. That's all a ruse. That's all a ruse. They're data mining the hell out of them. It's intelligence gathering to figure out who's going to be a problem, who may say something. But just like Nil said, then they'll start to investigate you, just like other members in the past. It's all, that's debriefing. Because they weren't debriefing, to be honest with you. Just like Nil said, we wanted to find out what was going on. We had tasks, we had admin things that we needed to do in the office, and they were sending us back to our home detachments. So we couldn't do any investigating. And then when you speak up about that and you say that this is a problem, time to investigate you. Run you out of Dodge. Run you out of Dodge. They've never cared about mental health of their members, ever. Ever. I'm very mixed on the whole PTSD thing, though. It's a real quagmire, but there's obviously totally legitimate PTSD. Then there's something else running in the background, which has become, I don't know how to describe it. I was unaware of it. It is a massive industry within first responders, and they have like their own little, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a cult almost. Everybody's doing floats and going off to retreats and centers and getting tattoos, lots of drinking, real alcohol problems. Like, see, how come that hasn't been addressed? That is legitimately a very serious problem within policing, is alcoholism, alcohol abuse. Huge problem. Why has nobody spoken about that? They'll kind of make, we can make jokes about it here and there about Drunky O'Brien and stuff like that. These people, there are a lot of them that have very, very serious alcohol issues. Very serious alcohol issues. So I talked to somebody the other day, and they were telling me about how they would just go downstairs after the shift was done in the detachment, and they would sit around and drink. And what was that story I read a long time ago? And holy fuck, did they railroad him. Kevin, is it Kevin? And he complained about the open bar in the smaller detachment. Massive problem. And as a result, they just rammed him every which way from Sunday till they literally drove him crazy. Sad. Because he was talking about something that was really a problem. And he literally even said to people, because at one point there, I think they had him teaching drunk drivers, kind of the class you go to if you get busted for drunk driving. And he's like, I'll just let you all in on a secret. We all drink it, like a lot of, he didn't drink. He said a lot of members drink and drive, and we just let each other off all the time. Makes me wonder about that accident that happened down with the Honda Civic. Vita. And then they hide people in this mental gobbledygook. People got to put on there's different levels. There are people who are legitimately like see a lot of shit, and then the suitcase becomes full I've talked about that before. The suitcase becomes full, then it's a problem. And then it's time to get out and time to do other things. And you should have programs for that kind of stuff. But then at the same time, I was literally listening to something the other day. I put it up on my channel in the background. And the person who was saying it is involved with Cobequid. And they were saying that in their role formerly, it was trauma is an excuse. Police people. It was of their opinion that some police people act in a criminal way or are alcoholic because of the job. And I would say no. It's not a pass because you have trauma to become a criminal. That is inexcusable. You carry that badge and you are granted that right and that responsibility and it should be adhered to with great reverence. It's not a joke. It's something very serious. You get paid big bucks to do it. And you can't then turn around and say, well, because I was traumatized, I can act in a criminal way. No. Or because of that, it's because I'm an alcoholic. Then you've fallen. I'm an alcoholic. I know. If you understand alcohol, you can't blame anything but yourself. You got a problem. You got a problem. It's not anything else that made you do it. Bad things happen to all kinds of people. And I can certainly say there's been a couple things in my life that weren't that great. Let's just put it that way. But that's not what made me a fucking alcoholic. No. If you choose to do things, then you choose to do them. So to listen to the whole trauma thing, which has become a real stew. There should be legitimate support, but some people need to put on the big girl panties and grow up and quit balling. Because if you were that weak to begin with, then you probably shouldn't be in that job. Because policing has been done for millennia. And it isn't to say that those families didn't suffer as a result. That's all part and parcel of it, sadly. But you can't then say, well, it's trauma everywhere. I've seen people who I've seen people who are barely out of boot camp, out of depot, and they're going into the PTSD and off work, right in there. And then they get lost in this funny world of PTSD. Tattoos. That seems to be, I was like, what? The covering of yourself in tattoos is symptomatic of the PTSD and trauma that you've incurred. I'm like, really? Really now? I would say no. Or, yeah, anyways, I just better stop. How is it that all for millennia that people have been able to function? Albeit not great, but been able to function. Now all of a sudden, you can't. You give up a speeding ticket and it's difficult. Fuck off, man. Grow up. Flip through InfoWeb. I could flip through InfoWeb. That's internal. So what is he talking about? I'm just finishing this up here. if you need to have a policy on finding people who are suffering, then you've got a problem. But I don't think that's the problem. Obviously, they don't need any extra training. They need to stop lying, and they need to stop hiding, and they need to start telling the truth. And the good members need to start speaking up more. That organization is like gone. Their Vision 150, they're so beyond pale now. They're just recruiting people who they're going to drop the skills they always do. We're going to end up with terrible, terrible policing. We're already suffering. People don't want to do their job. They want to sit in their office. They want to tick boxes. They just want to move up the ranks. No, and again, I'm not saying everybody, but the good ones they can't last there. You got to run them out. It's not that it's therapeutic. They say that this is a symptom of PTSD. I'm like, no, it's not. That's silly. I know lots of people with serious, like CPTSD issues, very, like, legitimately hardcore serious. They aren't covered in tattoos. That has nothing to do with it. Soft body armors, hard body armors, mindsets, hard body armors. Okay, so he does talk about this, about the mapping, which is relevant, very relevant. PU stat, whatever that means, for you to bring guys up on the map. When I bring you guys up on the map, it shows me where you are and Heidi are and I am right now. So the map stays up there and I only see it as time goes by. I know where you were, where Heidi was, and where I was. It's not live. For example, if you leave bigger organizations as you move, as you move, and as I move, I can see the cars without. So 5 minute passes, and I have to hit the PU stat button again, and I have to hit update or whatever it is. And oh, look, you moved 10 kilometers down the road, and Heidi's moved 10 kilometers down the road, and so it's not a live update. I mean, people have just lost themselves in the fucking tech. Holy shit, man! You used to just be able to drive down the street. Now, why is that relevant? Because in Gibson's interview, okay. There's this funny little thing here. This ESTC interview. I recognized Sergeant Bernard's voice, and he was like, who's that number 2 highway? And I started screaming, it's Gibson, it's Gibson, it's Gibson. And then the first car, who was, I forgot his name, Daly is his last name, because he was doing the same thing. God only knows if it's nepotism. He was slowing down too, because we didn't know each other, and we couldn't get out to talk to one another. So again, it was right around then, I want to say 30 seconds or so. It's Chad coming over the air, and he's saying, I'm hit. And I was, yeah, that didn't make sense, because based on where the shooting had just happened in Onslow, it didn't make sense to me how he was able to get past me and shoot. Because I didn't pass him on the 102. So that meant he would have had to have gone down the number 2, and I didn't pass him. And clearly Bernard and Daly hadn't come across him either. So it was, what what I was thinking at the time, I used the computer in the car to map where Chad was. And I could see where he was in Shubenacadie, and he was kind of going towards Milford on the 224. So after Chad gets shot, he checks the map, and where is he? He's on the 224 going towards Milford. Obviously, he wouldn't have checked it beforehand. And he wasn't going towards Milford anytime prior to being shot. So, what the fuck? I thought he was on the number 2, going to the EHS. No, 224. Problem. We had a bar in our coffee room. Anyway, of course, then it can explode out into all other things, stable homes, yes, agreed. But I think there also just has to be some accountability. Big boy pants in a lot of cases. And that doesn't diminish the ones that really have a tough go, because certainly know some of them too. Anyway, no, it doesn't make sense at all. At all. Anybody asking about that? That's real-time mapping. Wrong road. Anyway. Okay, food for thought. Thank you very much for joining me. How do you get my email? Well, you have to ask nicely first. I'm just teasing. Manners. Do keep in mind, I am terrible with technology, and personally, I don't ever want to become that good with technology. I believe, no, I totally misspelled that, so please disregard that message. How do I do that? I think I can get delete those. I think that does delete, doesn't it? There you go. I don't delete on my channel, but since I mistyped, better delete my own message. investigators@gmail.com. That is my email. Just be forewarned. Whilst I will definitely read it, I can't guarantee that I will get back to it. I'm kind of more old school. Right? That's why I'm getting a white beard, I guess. Come. Are you going to come and say hello? Say hello to everybody. Come on. They want to say hello. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, that's not nice. Come. Got all kinds of toys now in here again. Come here. No? No. To Christopher? Who's your favorite actor? See? People think I'm shitting you. Who's your favorite actor? Is it Christopher Walken? I guess it's Christopher Walken. I should show that. It's fucked up, man. I was like, nobody. I thought I was the only crazy person around. No, she's a little tiny girl because I'm a total misogynist, you know. Where's that? Yeah. I was playing it for her on TV yesterday, and she was very interested in that guy saying that. What? What's wrong? Oh. Oh. Thinking about the Christophers? Christopher Walkies. Yeah. Ruff. Okay, here it is. Shh. I know you want to make big noises. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I need a ride. Okay, watch. Who's the favorite actor? Christopher Walken. Oh yeah. Okay, she knows. It was just so odd that came on. I was like, I never heard anybody say that. Anyway, everything is divine, isn't it? Even humor. God bless you all. Got to keep pushing on that July 10th. Please. July 10th sit rep report. Nova, stop. No, the July 10th sit rep report is really big news. Also, Runkle had out a thing on, and thank you very much for sharing that. So I encourage you to go over to Runkle. I won't, obviously, because it's his channel. I will not play his video. Interesting name. Operation Frost and Furious. Sound familiar? Todd said he should have trademarked the Fast and Freezies. Remember Leather's notes. Seems that the RCMP may have been doing something down in Montana. Canadian police found in undercover operation at Great Falls Gun Show. I like Great Falls. I have some family down there. Great Falls, Montana, according to Cascade County Sheriff Jesse Slaughter. Get off my screen, whatever that is. Local county employees and people noticed someone with Canadian plates Canadian plates. I wonder if I have the, do I still have the Fast and Freezies banner? What about Fast and Freezies and Leather's notes or something like that? Is that on it? Whatever. Anyway, someone with Canadian plates was watching people at the gun show. Once deputies and sheriffs arrived, the operation was shut down immediately. It's very dangerous to have an operation like that, and we should have been notified. So we told them the operation was over, and to their credit, they agreed, and they left that. That's funny. The police officer was assigned to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Task Force for gun smuggling and was working with the ATF. Wow. Little out of your jurisdiction. I know FBI can operate within Canada. Ooh. Fast and Freezies. We want to work with our federal partners. We do. And I want to have a working relationship with them. I always have had a really good working relationship, but there needs to be mutual respect, said Slaughter. Slaughter tells Montana right now that not much information is known about the investigation, as he wasn't informed about the undercover operation. Guns. Fast and Furious. That could have been extremely, extremely dangerous. And then you had the variable that there was a Canadian law officer in there, and that would have been an international incident, said Slaughter. Possibly you already got one on your hands. Fairly big one. Leather seemed to know about it that morning. In his notes, check the playlists on the channel. Fast and Furious. Research it for yourself. And there is the video, whatever. I don't know what the hell it's called. Something. Fast and Freezies or some balls or what did I call it? Might as well throw that link out there too. Back gender-based goo concerns. Right, Fast and Furious. Oh, yeah. Well, it's short. Oh, wait. That's not what you want. You want this one.
Okay. And then the notation Fast and Furious questions. What was that in reference to?
I don't recall.
Oh, oops. That question may have. They always watch. There were only some references I was making to it. Have a great day. Okay? Take good care of yourselves. I know you guys have been real battered around down there. My heart is with you. My heart is with 23 and their families. We'll figure this one out. Still haven't lost a fight yet, so well, that's not true. I've had my ass kicked, but God bless you. God bless the 23. Christopher Watkins?